the complaint on Council Representative Robin Tapio. I'm going to turn it over to the attorney to read some rules.
The rules for this hearing will be governed by resolution number 4190. And I'm going to read those to you and then provide an outline for how the hearing is going to go. Resolution on rules of procedure for impeachment. 1, the hearing will be on an informal basis, and that is that attorneys, professionals, or laymen will not be allowed for either the defendant or the complainant. 2, the hearing will be conducted by the council, open to the public, and after all evidence has been heard, all points clarified, the councilman shall retire with the presiding officer for further discussion. The defendant, complainant, and all officers will not be present at this final session. 3, the defendant will be given every opportunity to be heard in his own defense. 4, neither the defendant nor the complainant will interrupt the hearing of evidence. 5, after the evidence has been heard from both the defendant and complainant, they may then be questioned on certain points which may have been misunderstood. 6, the presiding officer will be appointed by the council and will preside at both the hearing and the final session. 7, both the defendant and the council may be permitted to call witnesses. 8, the voting of the councilman shall be by roll call. For today's hearing, the presiding officer will be the president. We will allow each, the complainant and the defendant, the opportunity to present their case, after which the council will be allowed to ask questions. We'll go one at a time, so you'll hear from the complainant first. Once that individual had the opportunity to present their evidence, the council will have the chance to ask questions. After that's complete, then the defendant will be allowed the same opportunity. Once both sides are heard, the council will go into executive session with the presiding officer. It'll be just the council members and the presiding officer, no other individuals, for discussion. Following that, they'll come out of executive session to have the final vote on the decision. Once they make that determination, the vote at that time will be by roll call.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Councilman Jumping Eagle, will you give us an opening prayer, please?
Tikasha, I want to say a prayer for everybody in here in attendance, that we come here with good hearts and good minds, and I pray for our tribal council that we make the best decisions on our two members today, and I just pray for guidance and understanding, Tikasha. I pray for our elders, our children, the ones who are sick, the ones who are suffering, Tikasha. I pray and ask for pity for them and for strength, Tikasha. And I just say a prayer for all our families, the ones who've lost loved ones, Tikasha. I pray for healing for them and for understanding. And once again, I just pray for everybody, for all our relatives, Tikasha. Amadakiase.
Thank you, Councilman Jumping Eagle. Councilman Wilson, some words of encouragement, please.
Be good. No, I think we just come in here with open minds, hear both sides. I know everybody's hearts are in the right spot, and I just kind of look to everybody and Tikasha upstairs for guidance, that we make clear, good decisions and come in with open minds to make the proper decisions.
Thank you, Councilman Wilson. Tribal Council, can I get an approval of this agenda? Got a motion by Councilman Jumping Eagle, second by Councilman Gibbons. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
The statement made by Ms. Tapio contains verbal abuse towards elders and justified remove of Ms. Tapio as an Oglala Sioux Tribal Council representative. Signed by me. And all the elders. It's very disrespect. Elderly abuse.
Thank you. Do you have anything further or any evidence to submit
I
other
have
than your written complaint?
one against Philip.
Okay, if that concludes it, then we'll, do we have any questions? Councilwoman Little Hawk Weston, and then I'll have Councilwoman.
Sure that, you know, I just want to say thank you for coming forward with this, but I also want to ask you directly, do you have said this?
We have violate, yeah,
The evidence is on the Keena Mills daily updates, you know, for the people. Basically, it's on there, and I'm sure everybody viewed it.
Is that something that the tribal council wants to review?
Job to bring the evidence when there's complaints that come forward. Legally, it's still not my job to provide that evidence.
I guess that's the reason why I am asking, because I think we need what Ms. Tapio said. And I think it is on the whiteface to bring that, to look at it, you know.
Would you be able to supply her a computer, and it could be looked up real quick on the
Attorney could.
Okay. So the attorney will let her use the computer.
Well, I would like legal clarification on that. Again, they're supposed to bring their own witnesses, their evidence.
Each party can bring their own evidence. After evidence has been heard, then the council can question them for clarification. Them as many opportunities to be heard and to share as possible. To provide my laptop if that's what the council request, but they heard it.
Do you want to pull it up on the computer?
yeah.
She asked that you could pull it up on a computer. Is that what you guys want?
Heard and reviewed the video?
Do you have any witness? We'd just rather have it pulled up on the computer, Your Honor. I mean, you guys.
Councilman Greenwald and Councilman Gibbons.
You know, Chair, on a daily basis, I get frustrated because I get people that come and they ask for help. And so I send them upstairs, and oftentimes they call back immediately complaining about, I submitted my documentation, but they want this, they want that. And a lot of that requires new technology. And believe it or not, the world I live in here on the reservation, 75% of our people do not have that. Our elders are not computer savvy, they're not this. Just under the breath in here while we're sitting here, you should provide your own computer. Really? How many of our people could even afford a laptop or a computer? That video was shared in this circle, seen by me and some others that were in here. I seen it. Don't sit here and play those games. Our elders can't afford that kind of stuff. If she wants help to get a video set up, set the damn video up. Quit playing these little games and quit saying stuff under your breath like buy your own computer. Because that, to me, is the reason why I have so many complaints upstairs. That's why I have so many complaints all over the place. Because we all forgot where we come from. Start listening to your heart and quit being stupid and saying stuff out under your breath like that. Allow her the opportunity to put her video up and show it. Some of us in the circle seen it already. Quit playing those games.
Thank you, Councilman Greenwald. Councilman Gibbons.
Thank you, Chair. I understand this, that when somebody brings a complaint, they need to bring it with what they've got. And, you know, we impeached a vice president by adding on and adding on and allowing things to come forward. I see Miss Henny's helping her there, and I know that every college center, every young person, they do things that I can't even touch on a telephone and computer. I have not seen the video, but I think once we lean one way or the other, we are being not fair and we are not being impartial. Burden of proof lies with the complainant. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mills.
So the issue that they're gonna come up with when they go to my page to look for it is it was the recording of the whole meeting, which is about like 6 hours long. So it's gonna take time to try and get to that point. And if Mr. Greenwald is saying that we all seen it, so one of you guys should come up, because I'm looking right now on how I got the video, but I can't find it. So if one of you guys have it and are surely open to pulling it up and getting it, otherwise they're gonna have to take the time to try and look through the whole meeting day and through 6 hours of tape to try and find that one section. So if you guys have it, then somebody should share it, so we're not sitting here for 6 hours waiting for them to get their evidence.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mills. Councilman Cross.
As a jury here, I seen the video, and I'm pretty sure everybody here seen it. And so I think we need to move on. And if somebody didn't see it, then it should be reported that. But I've seen it.
So do we have anybody here that hasn't seen it? Okay, so we have 4. So 5 people haven't seen it?
Yeah, I didn't see it. Heard about it, but I didn't see it.
Okay, Councilman Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for Ms. Whiteface. My question is, if you don't have access to a computer, how did you bring the complaint forward? Or where did you see the,
Her children told her about it. She has some children that's on Facebook.
okay, but my question was for Ms. Whiteface, but thank you.
She's kind of hard of hearing.
Oh,
so-
okay.
Do we have any other questions, Tribal Council? Councilman Goodcrow.
Thank you. Again, I would like to also thank Ms. Lorraine Oglala for coming forward with this complaint. And I think it's very important to not only, you know, but because this type of complaint shouldn't be, I mean, words coming from any council member here on the tribal council. And to hear the particular words that are on the complaint is, in my words, terrible. And it shouldn't be on anybody, and especially our elders. Our elders are really real sensitive in our communities. Those who are are listening out there, so there are some that are aware of what's happening, what's going on today, or what's this hearing. And this morning, I received a phone call from an individual from Martin area, and he was very concerned about this individual, and he said this should never been.
Right,
But the point
Councilman
is
Goodcrow,
that,
can we stick to just a question?
yeah, the point is, Nakina, she has that on her, Nakina, do you have that video on your,
So again, like I said,
Yeah, I mean,
have
do you,
to
yes
go
or no?
through- Yes, I have it on my page,
and
but
it's, what Robin said is on there, right? Am I correct?
yes.
Okay, that's all I need to hear.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions, Tribal Council? While we're trying to find the video, Ms. Whiteface, do you have any other witnesses to speak on the behalf that seen the video or that support that can support your complaint? Do you have anybody with you?
She found it right here, so the evidence is right here.
Just do.
Except for this video, is there anything else you wish to present to the Tribal Council?
Is there anything else you want to present to the council?
No.
No.
Okay, so we'll allow them to find this part and submit that evidence, but we're gonna move on within the complaint. So she'll have an opportunity to present that to the Tribal Council, just so we're in the sake of time. So at this time, you can have a seat, Ms. Whiteface. And at this time, we'll call forward Council Representative Robin Tapio.
Thank you. Good morning. I want to say good morning to everybody and thank everybody for coming this morning. I especially want to thank also Lorraine for bringing this complaint forward on me, and I want to thank the council for accepting the complaint on me. And I want to thank my church family for being here this morning and supporting me. It really meant a lot. So with that said, I guess I will just go ahead and go into my, I guess, you know, I thought hard the 20 days about how I was going to approach this, and it's been really difficult. So what I thought was, I was kind of unsure, but on Saturday, my grandson's birthday was up in Rapid, and so I went up for his birthday, and I was driving down by the mall area there, and I happened to see a lady friend of mine who I hadn't seen for a long time, and she was coming up the sidewalk, so I pulled over and I said, "Hey, I know you." And so we started talking, and she asked me how it was going on council, so I told her briefly. And I told her that I'd been suspended for 20 days, and I told her the reason why I was suspended for 20 days. And she got real quiet, and she looked at me, and this is what she said. She said, "Oh, the old Robin came out." And so I looked at her, and I thought, wow, yeah. And so with that, it inspired me, because I think in trying to answer this complaint, we have to take a look back. And what's questioning here today is my ethics. Okay? This is not a crime in the Constitution, an impeachable crime named in the Constitution. What we're looking at today is the ethics, my ethical behavior. Okay? In my eyes, And based on who I am, and as most of you know, I'm a Christian, it's a sin. What I did is a sin, okay? So that's the way I'm going to approach this. This is my Bible. I've had this Bible for 12 years, and this Bible has got me through some very, very tough times. And I want to start out by telling you that in my former life, I was an alcoholic, I was a drug addict, and I lost my son. I'm a stage 4 breast cancer survivor. And at one point in my life, 12 years ago, I hit rock bottom. And I had nowhere to turn. I didn't know where to turn. So that is when I started reading this book, because this book was helping me. It was helping me to deal with who I was and what was going on in my life. And so I reached out to God, and I met this man named Jesus. I started studying his life because I thought, if I'm going to worship this man and trust this man, then I need to know who he is. So for 12 years, I gave my life to Jesus and God. And for 12 years, I started studying who this man really is, you know. I made a commitment to become a Christian after that. And when you become a Christian, then, you know, there's a misconception here that Christian people think they're perfect, you know, that they're perfect people. But it's just absolutely the opposite. Those of us that become Christians do that because we're broken, we're lost, and we need help. So I started going back to church after those 4 catastrophes, and I call them catastrophes in my life because at one time I felt suicidal. I didn't want to live anymore, and I didn't know what the meaning of life was. So I started back to church, and I went back to church, and they told me that I had to be born again, you know. So I want to share with you a couple of scriptures real quickly, because I know that other people want to talk, and I don't want to spend a lot of time. But I think today, again, I'm going to say it again, that my character is being questioned today, my ethical values and my ethical character. And what I want to say to that is 12 years ago, I made a change in my life. And it's been slow, it's been hard, and it's been a daily struggle to change my life from the person I was 12 years ago. So today I want to share with you what it means to be born again, because a lot of people don't know what that means. And this comes from John, from the book of John, the Gospel of John, and it starts in chapter 3. I'm going to share a true story with you. Now there was a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus, a member of the Jewish ruling council. He came to Jesus that night and said, "Rabbi, we know you are a teacher who has come from God, for no one could perform the miraculous signs you are doing if God were not with him." In reply, Jesus declared, "I tell you the truth, no one can see the kingdom of God unless he is born again." And Nicodemus replied, "How can a man be born again when he is old? Surely he cannot enter a second time into his mother's womb and be born." So Jesus answered, "I tell you the truth, no one can enter the kingdom of God unless he is born of water and the Spirit. Flesh gives birth to the flesh, but the Spirit gives birth to the spirit. You must be born again. The wind blows wherever it pleases, and you hear the sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it goes. So it is with everyone who is born of the Spirit." And Nicodemus said, "How can this be? And Jesus replied, "You are Israel's teacher, and you do not understand these things? I tell you the truth. We speak of what we know and what we testify to what we have seen, but still you people do not accept our testimony. I have spoken to you of earthly things, and you do not believe. How then will you speak of heavenly things?" So my point in reading that to you today is that to be born again means a new life. You have a new life. You leave your old life behind, and God changes you. Jesus changes you slowly, daily, you know. So I was born again, you know. I was born again and I had the Spirit living in me. And every day before I left my house, I would read my Bible every day before I come into this circle. But I struggle with sin. I struggle with sin every day, and I'm not gonna try to make it sound like I'm a perfect person after being born again, but I struggle. Every day I struggle with sin. So I want to share with you another real quick scripture on what happened that day when those words, those detestable words came from my mouth. And this comes from the book of Romans, and it's starting in chapter 7. Wait, no, I'm not in Romans, I'm in Acts. Okay. And this is the Apostle Paul talking about sin within us and how and why it comes back. Okay, it says, "What shall we say then? Is the law sin? Certainly not. Indeed, I would not have known what sin was except through the law, for I would not have known what coveting really was if the law had not said, 'Do not covet.' But sin, seizing the opportunity afforded by the commandment, produced in me every kind of covetous desire. Apart from the law, sin is dead. Once I was alive apart from the law, but the commandment came and sin sprang to life." So basically, what this is saying is that sin is going to come into my life, and it has. And what I did was a sin in my eyes. So today, I'm going to say that I am guilty. I am guilty of the charges that have been filed against me. But the Bible also says that when you get angry, then that's when sin comes in. And that day, at that meeting, I was angry, and I'll admit that today. And the words that came out of my mouth were detestable, and I'm very sorry. I've been living with the pain of those words. It left a scar on my heart, and there's not a day goes by that I don't think about it. And the last thing I want to say is that I hope that the people can forgive me for what I did, for the words that came out of my mouth. It wasn't my intention, but because I let a lot of people down. I let myself down, I let God down, I let my church family down, I let my friends down. I let a lot of people down because you know what? That's not part of my everyday speech. And those of you in the circle that know me, that have had time to spend time with me, you know that I don't talk that way. I don't talk that way. And I can't explain why that came out the way it did that day, except to say that my anger got the best of me and it came out. So with that said, then I know Jesus forgave me. I know I've been forgiven, And so today I'm asking that I be forgiven by this council, and I apologize humbly and deeply to the people that I offended. It's not in my demeanor to talk that way, nor is it to offend anybody, because I love elders. I am an elder myself, by the way. So this is the last story I want to share with you, and this is how Jesus would have handled this situation. Okay, it says, "But Jesus went to the Mount of Olives at dawn, and he appeared again in the temple courts where all the people gathered around him. And he sat down to teach them. The teachers of the law and the Pharisees brought in a woman caught in adultery. They made her stand before the group and said to Jesus, 'Teacher, this woman was caught in the act of adultery. In the law, Moses commanded us to stone such a woman. Now what do you say?' They were using this question to trap him in order to have him a basis for accusing him. But Jesus bent down and he started to write on the ground with his finger. When they kept on questioning him, he straightened up and said to them, 'If any one of you is without sin, let him be the first to cast a stone at her.' Again, he stooped down and he wrote on the ground. At this, those who heard began to go away, the older ones first, and only Jesus was left, with the woman still standing there. Jesus straightened up and asked her, "Woman, where are they? Has no one condemned you?" "No, no one, sir," she said. "Then neither do I condemn you," Jesus said. "Now go and leave your life and sin no more." So I just wanted to share that with you, because the most important thing to me today is that I'm forgiven by my Heavenly Father, that I'm forgiven by you, and I'm forgiven by the people I offended. It doesn't, if this council decides that they want to impeach me, I accept that. I know how hard your job is, and I know how hard it is to make decisions like this. So if the council decides that, I'm fine with that. I accept it, because I am guilty. I'm guilty of everything that Lorraine stated. And I thank you for that. I have some brothers and sisters here that would like to say a few words to the council, and it's not necessarily on my behalf, but they would like to say a few words to the council today. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we allow that, I have questions from Councilman Greenwald. Before you leave the stand, Robin, thank you. Councilman Greenwald?
Well, I did have a question at first, but I think she answered it, you know. Thank you, Robin. That came from your heart, and I know that did. I've sat in a circle for 6 years with you, going on 6 years with you now, and I know that what you said today was from your heart, and I appreciate that. And you also apologized, which is something that we don't hardly ever hear from somebody that's in your situation, so thank you for that. Being that said, and that she admits to guilt and to her role in this whole thing, I don't think that we really need to have them try to pull the video up. I mean, it doesn't serve no purpose at this point, and I think we could move towards ending this hearing. Thank you. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you. Councilwoman Little Hawk Weston?
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to say thank you to Robin, you know, for coming in front of this council and admitting to your mistake. You know, I always believe that the same way as you do, Robin. You know, I go to church too every Sunday, and that's the way I believe. And I think that I'm not here to condemn you, because I really believe that, you know, only you can ask for that forgiveness. And I know that you've been forgiven. And so I don't think that we need to move any further with the video, because I believe that with Robin coming forward and admitting it, you know, it took a lot of courage to do that, and you did that. And that's one of the things as tribal leaders, you have to have courage to admit to your mistakes sometimes. And so you did that. And I want to say too that none of us in this circle, you know, we all make mistakes. And we're all human in this room. We're all human in this room, and we all made some type of mistake in our lives. So I believe that. And I
Thank
just
you,
want to say
Councilwoman.
that.
Do you have a question?
No, I just
No
want to say.
questions? Okay, from those individuals
thank
that
you.
don't have, that haven't seen the video, that said they didn't, we found it, we have the clip, do you still want to hear it? No? Nobody? Okay, do we have any questions for Councilwoman Tapio? No questions, okay, thank you, Councilwoman Tapio. I do recognize Councilwoman Whitehorse at 12:03. Councilman Wilson?
With the fact that Miss Tapio did plead guilty, I guess, in other words, and admit to doing that, and she apologized not only on the radio but on television, I'm gonna move to dismiss with prejudice.
So before I can allow according to the rules, so we have to go into executive and we have to deliberate this. We can't just bring it out and then. Okay, so you want, so they're gonna speak to why you shouldn't be impeached. And then, so when you turn the mic on, please introduce yourself for the record.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Atta Jack. I'm a Oglala Sioux tribal member. I'm also a pastor to Robin, and I've known her for probably them 12 years that she talked about. And I was actually there when she came to church for the first time, you know, and it was right after her son Virgil passed away. And it was really a tough time for her, but one of the things that I remember the most about her is that she was a wreck. You know, she had a lot of issues that time. And I actually didn't think she was gonna make it, you know, because she really had a lot of issues, but she proved me wrong. You know, and over the years, I've spent a lot of time with her. You know, as an assistant to the pastor, she confided a lot of things to me, and I know Robin that a great change has come over her life. You know, and one of the things she decided that she was going to run for tribal council because we believed that she had a lot to offer. You know, she was very academic and had the college degrees to back it up, but also she desired to do the right thing. And her desire was to serve the people. And numerous times over the years, I've seen her do that. You know, we're called to live by faith, but we're also called to do good works. You know, we can't just talk about it. We got to walk the walk. And I've seen Robin numerous times be generous. You know, when people came to the council and they were told that there was not money that they could do it, I've actually saw Robin take money out of her own pocket to meet the needs of the people. And she always strived to be honest and to speak truthfully and to look out for those who she served. You know, and I can account to that because I spent time with her. And when this incident happened, we actually went on a workshop to Orlando, Florida, me and the other pastors along with Robin. And she confided a lot with us. You know, one of the things that I saw was she had true remorse. She was willing to step down if that's what it took. Yeah, she was actually ready. Said I did it. You know, there was that admission of guilt, but we talked to her and we said, Robin, we really need you in the council. You know, and you're more of an asset than a detriment. Yeah, so we spent time together and we talked Robin into staying. You know, because she was willing to resign because of what she done. You know, and you know, the thing that really hit me was that, is this the right punishment? You know, it's kind of like shooting a mosquito with the shotgun. Yeah, it'll get the job done. But, you know, the collateral damage that it'll cause, is it really worth it? You know, and that's the real thing. If you set precedents here and impeach her for that offense, then you could pretty much impeach anybody for anything, whatever cause it may be. You know, and she spoke about the teachings of Jesus. One of the things that Jesus taught us was, judge not lest you be judged. By the same judgment you put out there, you'll be judged. You know, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't judge people. It means that we shouldn't judge people hypocritically. That we shouldn't, if we're guilty of offenses and we have baggage too, that when we judge someone, we also will be judged by that same way. So, you know, I realize that you have the authority to judge her. And we ask that you judge her fairly. Is is the crime appropriate to the punishment? You know? And I don't think so, because we all lose our tempers. You know, I'm not beyond cussing, you know, and neither are any of you. And I see that you guys are all in a high-stress job, and you got people constantly coming to you, and it does get frustrating. You know, and there'll come a day when maybe one of you will lose your temper and say things that you're not supposed to. You know, and I hope that there'll be forgiveness for you also. You know, and that's one of the things that our people really struggle with, is forgiving one another. You know, it's very tough, but we don't forgive one another. I know people who haven't talked for 20 years because they're mad at someone of something that was said, and they carry that around. You know, so we must be really forgiving to one another, and we must bear one another's burdens. You know, because and I realize that you guys all carry a lot of burdens, and you know, and I realize that you would like people to come alongside you and help relieve some of that stress and burden. You know, so I realize that you guys are have a very tough job. You know, I wouldn't want it. You know, but you know, I'm here to vouch on behalf of Robin. I know her personally, and I've known her for the past 12 years while she struggled, and I've watched her try to better her life, and I actually saw her a great change come over her. I can attest to that as an eyewitness to that, and I can also attest to, you know, that she did acknowledge her guilt. She never once tried to gloss it over or explain it away or say I didn't do that. You know, she actually you know, accepted that guilt, and I was very impressed that she threw herself at the mercy of the tribal council, you know, and she left it in your hands. You know, and I'm really impressed with her character, and I believe that she does the best that she can. But sometimes, you know, like she said, though, the old person that you was will rise up, and it'll come back to haunt you. You know, and I've seen that many times firsthand. But I thank you for allowing me to get up here and speak on her behalf, and I do speak on behalf of her character and her heart. So thank you, guys.
Thank you for that. Do you have any other witnesses? Okay, let me finish with her witnesses, because we're on, and then, wait, and yeah, and then we'll shift back over. Please state your name for the record.
How Oitancha. How Omniche, Oglala Omniche. Joe Cross, Imachiapalo. Mr. President, Council, hello. My name is Joe Cross, and I'm a U.S. military veteran. I spent 21 years in the U.S. Army and 21 years serving the U.S. military. And I've been to Iraq and Afghanistan, and you know, I've been to Kuwait, Suriname, Italy, Nicaragua, Haiti, and you know, I've been all over the world. And Robin is my friend. You know, Robin's my sister, and she came to me and she asked me to come here and talk on her behalf. And so out of respect for all of you and out of respect for Robin, you know, I come here to just share with you, you know, about a character witness for Robin. You see behind me Julianne and Atta Jack and Abram and Colin Gay and Wilma Thinalk. We all belong to a church that we started. It's called the Oglala House of Worship. And we're all believers in Jesus Christ. And Robin is correct when she told you that the reason why we go to church is because we're broken people. You know, we're not perfect. You know, and for us, church is like a hospital. we go there to seek help, we started this church because we knew that the people needed help. And so, that we knew the people needed help, so we came together and, we pray for all of you quite frequently. We pray for you, sir. And the reason why we pray for you is to ask God bless you and to ask that God make himself real to you, because we know the power of God. We've experienced it for ourselves, and it was a life-changing event, So I want to just read some scripture here. As believers in Christ, we have to prepare for Christ's second coming. We look at the world around us, and it almost looks like it's in chaos. You have disease and earthquakes and wars and rumors of wars, and it goes on and on. And so we see that as believers, we see that as a sign of Jesus' return to the earth. And so, as believers, we have to prepare for Jesus' return. So, in Matthew chapter 3, verse 1 to 4, it says,
I'm sorry, I want to allow that, but I just wish, we want you to speak on why she shouldn't be impeached.
oh, this has to do with
Yeah,
why. Yes,
why, yeah.
this has to
So
do with why.
please,
Yes. Okay, this has to do with why. And so, in those days, John the Baptist came preaching in the wilderness of Judea and saying, repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. For this is he who has spoken of by the prophet Isaiah, saying, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make his path straight. So why I said that to you is repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand, because Robin repented. She came to the church and she asked for forgiveness. And so, I just ask that you have mercy on her, and be fair, And we also prayed for Lorraine, and we prayed for her. We had one of her relatives that was a member of our church. His name was Vine Whiteface. He was a dear brother of ours, and so we just want to, I know you guys are going to take a vote here real soon, and we just want to tell you that Robin is a righteous person, and she did ask for forgiveness, and she is sorry for what she had done. So, thank you for your time.
Wopila for that, sir. Do you have any other witnesses? As soon as she's done with her witnesses, then we'll allow her, Ms. Whiteface and her witnesses to come forward.
Hello, my name is Pastor Julie, jealous of him, and I'm also assistant pastor and a youth pastor for Oglala House of Worship. And we came on behalf of Robin because she was, okay. Ever since I knew Robin, she's been a really good woman to the Oyate out there. And I speak Lakota too. I'm a Lakota fluent speaker too. And I was raised in a Christian home myself. And what Robin asked for forgiveness is what my dad and mom taught me growing up as a child, is we learn to forgive and forget. And Robin asked you for forgiveness. She asked humbly from her heart for forgiveness from among all of you and Oyate elders. And our elders are important because my grandmother's raised me too, and they taught me about the ways of the woman, what a woman should do as a woman. And I speak on behalf of Robin. She's a good woman. She helped put women like me from Wounded Knee. I'm originally from Wounded Knee community. She helped me with my doctor's appointment when I couldn't get no gas money from the tribe. She helped out of her own pocket. She helped me to get up there. Many times she helped me to get gas where I couldn't come into town to do business. She helped me out of her own pocket just to, for me to be in town to get my business done. And she's a good woman. So we just, today, and like the scripture she read is asking him to said, that you throw the first stone if you have no sin. And Jesus cleared, when he asked the woman, is there anybody to throw a stone? There was nobody there. So that's what the scripture that she quoted is what I was going to quote to you, but she already did it. So I just wanted to say on behalf of Robin Tapio, she asked for forgiveness, and she is a good woman. She's humbly asked for her heart, because that's what we do. And one thing that we learned is forgive. And Atta already talked about it. Pastor Atta talked about it. Is love. Love. Love one another. Forgive and love one another, because we're losing people out there. And love them. And don't judge them, because love covers all. Love covers everything. And that's what Jesus told us to do. So we do. We love all of you. And we pray for all of you. When we go to church, we pray. Even at home, we pray for the leaders that represent this tribe. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, before you step away, just for the record, what was your last name?
Jealous of him.
Okay, thank you. Next witness? No, wait, no, this is just for Tapio, and then we'll call you forward, and you can bring your witness.
Hello, Council. This is Collins. I'm here to speak on behalf of Robin. I knew Robin for a while. We both sobered up. We used to go to the old jail to have run AA support group meetings and anybody that needed help. But she's a good-hearted woman, and I know sometimes we get frustrated and we say things we didn't mean to say, and we feel sorry for ourselves. But the most important thing here today is Robin is our council rep, and she helps out a lot. And she helped me when I needed help back when I was an alcoholic. And she came from that category. Like so many of us, we could say we walked the red road. But today, we're also reaching out to those who are still suffering out there, because our people are always have access to alcohol no matter what, and also drugs. And I just wanted to wish Robin good luck today on her impeachment, that she will do good, and the result and the outcome would be an outstanding one for everybody here to see. So we must forgive. And I know how that is. And we all take one step, one day at a time. Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Collins, for the record, can you state your last name?
Collins Gay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Anybody else? Woman, for the record, just state your full name, please.
Wilma Tenelk e Manchep. Nai wichacha se kilewa na wanetu ota yuha mani dan la ota slol mayab. Ayong kampetu kile el toka wo pila chijab. Toka yuha chanto ashten na petchusap. Na Oglala ka yowe makyo kile wo pila chijab. My name is Wilma Tenelk, and I've carried this name for many, many years. Most of you sitting out here knows who I am. And today I came before you young ones, I'm gonna say, because the issue that is brought against Robin, my friends and relatives, a lot of the elderlies out there don't even know about it. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't know nothing about the statement, the complaint about Robin. So I started getting phone calls because I live here in Pine Ridge. They act like I'm the Chamber of Commerce. Know it all. That's, sometimes I do get nosy, A lot of times I do get nosy to find out what really is going on because I don't want to be, or I don't want people to involve me in something that I don't even know about. When I heard about what it was about, I questioned it. So where is it? I want to see the picture and I want to hear what she had said. Oh, it's on a Facebook, it's there. So I said, well, I want to see it and I want to hear it. Beyond that, what you're standing here telling me, it's a hearsay. And it could be a lie. I don't believe hearsays. And no one ever showed me the Facebook, what was on there or what was said. I've known Robin for many years. She's a helping person. And yes, there's times, all of us sitting in here in this room, at one time or another, we lost our temper. A past tribal council member and I went to an elderly meeting one time. Maybe he's still in shock today of what happened at that meeting. Yes, us elderly sometimes get out of hand too. We don't wear a halo. There's times that we get out of control. I've seen it happen here in this room. I've seen it and I heard it. Like one of the representatives said, we all make mistakes. Every day, Mitakwepi, even by talking, there's times we say something to offend somebody. That's a mistake. The elderlies out there are wondering what's going to happen to Robin. The issue that we have out there right now is the elderlies are getting together to form an elderly council. And they want to meet with Robin. Traditionally, the elderlies want to meet with Robin and talk to her, find out what happened, what's going on. And if the elderlies can't handle it, can't dissolve it, then we'll bring it here. Then you young ones can knock it around, kick it around, throw it around, whatever you want to do. But until then, we want to handle it ourselves because it involves elderlies. Elderlies want to speak for themselves now. I myself, Mitakepi, I don't let no one speak for me because I can do my own talking. And I'm 81 years old, but I can still do my own talking. And I don't let no one talk for me. And so today, I'm standing here asking you, think and make the decision from the bottom of your heart. Because, again, each and every one of us make a mistake every day. Make the right decision. Don't just jump to a conclusion like this complaint has done. This was a jump into a conclusion about this complaint. That's how the elderlies out there are looking at it. Now we're going to have a meeting out there. So when I leave here, I got to get to another place to meet with the elderlies. So I come here asking in a humble way for you to make the right decision, because all the elderlies on a reservation didn't come up with this statement. It's just a handful. But again, before I close, think with your heart and make the right decision. Because a lot of elderlies out there, they come to Robin for help. And like again, we all get mad. No one can't tell me they never did get mad, because I seen it and I heard some of you get mad. I seen it. So again, I hope you make the right decision for the sake of the elderlies. You talked about the elderlies yesterday. Again, think about the elderlies that come to Robin, and they come to some of you. For the sake of the elderlies out there, make the right decision. Thank you.
Wopila. Ms. Tapio, any further witnesses?
Hello, I'm Ruby Schluter, and I'll make this real fast. I know we've been around and all of us probably hungry. I know I am. So I'll make it fast. But again, thank you for allowing me this time to say what little bit I got to say. I guess where I come from and what I do know about Robin, I know her parents, I know her dad, her grandma, and them people. And as far as I know, them people are really good, helpful people. And I know Robin, what little bit I know about Robin, okay, I'll backtrack. I'm the gal that's been feeding the homeless for 18 months out here at this outside of the store. I don't know how many of you know that I've been doing that. And those people are homeless and they need help. And I'm
Ruby,
trying to be there for their
Ruby,
feet. Huh?
Can you just please stick to why she shouldn't be impeached, please? Tell the council why she shouldn't be impeached. Please.
Okay. Well, Robin is the one that's very instrumental about the help that I get for my homeless people. She's been there for me when I need help. And I do need help a lot of times, but she's there to help me as much as she could. And the purpose that we're here today because of Robin is the fact that I guess she said some words that she shouldn't have and been very disrespectful to the elderly. But God forgave her, just like he forgives each and every one of us when we do wrong and ask him to forgive us. And the raising that we got, help yourself, love each other, and so the things that she's accused of is the thing that she is accused of. I guess if God forgave her, then who else is there? Who are we to hold it against her? I know each of us make a mistake at times, when we're under stress, when we're angry, and we're pressured, we say things. And my God, I hope people are there to forgive me too, if that day ever came with me. And again, thank you so much for allowing me this time. But remember, we're all Lakotas. And our Lakota ways, we have to learn to forgive each other for our wrongs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. Ms. Tapio, any further witnesses? Okay, at this time, I'll call Ms. Whiteface forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Renita Yellowboy. Lorraine is my mother. And I'm the one who showed her the video. And a lot of people came to our house and showed her the video. And all of you council people who raised your hand who's seen the video, why didn't you write the complaint? You represent the elders like you represent your districts. Some of you should have stepped up to the plate and said, this is wrong. Why did my mom have to be the one to write a complaint and bring it here? You know?
Can you just speak onto the complaint and the video?
And then I think that she should be impeached because this is what's called enabling. There's Lakota generations out there that are listening. And what you're doing is you're enabling them to verbally abuse our elders. And you're supposed to be held to a higher standard than the rest of us. You were in a meeting and you said that. That's complacency. Some of you have been here too long, you want to break the law. I see that all over in these programs. I see that in the courthouse, everywhere, because our leadership is letting it happen. There's people in there for even saying stuff to elders, they're sitting 60 days, 90 days. And you guys are held to a higher standard than any one of us because we voted for you to be there. And whether or not it's hearsay, we all seen it. And there's laws that have to be followed. Whether you pray to Tunkashila or Jesus, these laws are in place for a reason. Our ancestors adopted these ways, these laws, and we have to follow them. You know, I appreciate that you're a church woman and that you're a God-fearing woman. But me, I grew up real traditional. Right now, I feel bad because I have to address the men and the Nachas in my tribe. I shouldn't have to do that. To me, I am real traditional. I don't even address my councilmen at all. But this is what I have to come out of my own character because not only did you say that, you said effing elders.
When you speak, don't speak to her, speak to the council, please.
Okay, so anyway, she should be reprimanded somehow. Because all of you took an oath for these laws, not for this Bible. You took an oath to uphold the Constitution and all the governing laws that come with it. And maybe, maybe she is sorry. But when you're a tribal council person, you're held to a higher standard than any one of us. And you should think about that. Why did these people vote you in? So you can better represent us. Not so you could sit there and say sorry. That's complacency. That's enabling. That's elderly abuse. She pled guilty. She said that. So then maybe you should move forward now. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other witnesses, Ms. Whiteface?
Leke Lorraine Whiteface sacha wahina jina ake wagla kinktacha tona la koliapi anaya konkina apetukele chua hetel wapila echijapi iha ona letum te la kolia imata ke la kota omni tekile la kotinkta heta ta komani hoki la kota ke iuske le chunguna omni tekile na elongo yang ta kha hani ho ash lechal hetun komsni chata la kota ke ushike la kola la ushe go ya pile ha Hona takon ka ha kistoni na khoms ni tagni. Tweni hena na khonsni. Ho etela unkali lipi. Wa ya to business. You're not here to preach. Après le makina. You are not talk up tampi. You are like Khotaim, real Indian, like Khotaim my fourth Indian, nothing else. Me it's a little tika. Ho asle noisina, le begi wa noisina. You have been on to swayanakum. You all listen to what I said. We're Indians. I'm a full blood Indian here. When I was begging to, I'm not going to give up. I want to see that video here. It was taken and I know it. They told me about it. We wanted to see that. Now this is what happens when they call you down. And honey, I stand up for all the elders. I took over a place, an elderly building, because they say bad things to the elders. That's me again. I'm standing here for the elders. Again, I'm telling you, we are elders, Indian elders, because they have no money, no help, no cars to get here. No help for them. I said, you know what? I'm going to stand up for my elders again. That's what I'm doing. I am, and this is our land. This is where we belong as a Lakota elders. We are here. You're just sit there to get paid, doing nothing for us. That's what I wanted to say today. And I'm not giving up. I don't want her as a president.
Thank you, Ms. Whiteface. So, council, since it is her right under this hearing and in the complaint process to present the evidence, at this time, before we call the next witness forward, we have the audio, so we're going to play the audio.
Why not her?
Why not?
Madison hetahi na takuichak on 4 uiwagalakik tatsawahi na lamakhotabe. I'm full-blood Indian. I'm not come from the 7th Cavalry. I'm not come from the Germany. I'm a full-blood Indian. And Manders deli matsache. Na tagen education will hasen. As takwo chichakokte tokea first. We are Wayahanke. We are Wayahanka. We are Wahed building it hoka. We are Yankahanke. Chael Ike. Takwell Nakaha has Jebhashi Elka. Yeah. Take bringt Yuktalema Gahayake. Ataku he on Kalaki. Jebhashi to Haniwa Ahoy Washnio Ake. Honey, I never did gossip, Eke. What do you think? Ectomy. That's ectomy. 2 ectomies, Oglala. Today I was listening. I thought, looks like elderly. Kutik buyon a makino shababs. Look, that's the way I feel. Rog on sich bear on the Elsina 18 dog. That's the way. As we have elderly, we can switch hello and channel back. How well, my guy? You can't do a Timiana, bathroom Timiana, and up Hatsatas, Amanahigu. That's the way it is here. Then the workers go check like I was steroids this leak to me. Makuja, I have my kind of kaki hamot and I go. Ash, let me complain. I years have. Now, held my vice president, I had on years. Madge Clifford and Hollaharn, Bern Hollaharn, and I over Kiwa. Lila ta work mura porcupine kitana ko Winifred Jenny's na ta Lila ta work you call it not ab atat ani ab ta ha me atakakia ka oliemam o chatagni he hail wa hias ho Lila ta kia ka ka there's some bunch one the new bunch we I and they we again. And they're trying to take that elderly males away from us. And at the meeting you had at Togmushnia, just like I said, two women are talking. It's the same. Which elderly males said, "When keep watching." That's ours. And Madison people are supposed to work there. Which I had those people. Well, when the second one came, this go cute. Grey goes go cute. A honey grey go Lilianka, Elaine, Quiver Yanke. She's my cousin. You can't one night on the illusion. What's a organize them. They'll organize, when I had meal up, the child out only 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Or chunk in. Oh, hey, well, head to anyone keep watching in Banderson Hill. Hollow Harnsky, and I on a gal, then we yanky call. At the cemetery, when a kinit, I will walk the laps in a padlock, yeah, they get according to you spoot, padlock, you spoot, oh, you can't have the eye on a grey go, full elderly males on cute. As who keep watching? No, I held the eye on a grey go on cute. He let to out, I would touch it, I was scared. Grey grass or took the lead touching task. No, the grey gold belongs to us women. The child organized who get home. Or Chatwini Samia in a two watches. Now we are white hats, a grey gold early hats on car. She shit our ekia hamana. You chance the capture, she quit. I want her back. It was looked at me. We are Sioux, No, we are well, that way, just like I said, we are Noom. Oma, Wahoy, I was special, Oma is Gasabi, I was special. You can think about it. Think. Misha, I believe in Jesus Christ. I don't want to mention his name here. Misha, I don't believe you. As a how do I lila wash as inside is different. Outside is good, but inside is not good. I know that too. Misha, I know so well. Well, like I said, elderly scheme, Makina Shabia, we have the later. Condemn me after later, the way you guys talking. Looks like it. But how you can think about it. Think. They're not the way you can education, lots on the government. You have won't speak, you only are don't have degrees, you have to, you can think. You should not go back one district meeting go in Krekta Oyakana. Casino head go marijuana no liquor Luhank this. What the hell's the matter with you people? Bad enough, people got election, kick the other let's tell me Tana if you got there's one got killed over there. Those elderly Tiata what you give. We pray for the people. We are Sioux, Choy Wagla, Kina, Tuksha Hakila Wagla, King, the issues, the Hagla. Mizella, that's why I come here for. talking my problems, talking about my problems. Why we are going to stop it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know her real good. But how elders, where they come over here and then I won't check up when she met. I know some of them are like that. Some of them are making fun of us. I know that. They'll walk like I know. They're laughing at me because I talk Indian. They're laughing at me. So I said, you know, just because I talk Indian. Hey, some of you don't want to listen to us. Don't want to hear us. Some of you don't like elderlies. I know. I know that. I didn't come here for over 2 years. And I know some of you treat the little at the President of Tehia Kuapcha, we took over this place here. I know you, I know some of them are not right. I know that. Some of them are good people. Some of you have respect. I know that. So I don't care you talk about good person. I could use a Bible scripture too, but I'm not going to. You figure it out. She could find a different place, different job. If she don't like us, she could go somewhere else and look for a different, better job. We know real work. That's my thinking. That's all. Thank you.
Wopila, Unchi. Miss Whiteface, who is your next witness? On. Please state your name for the record. Wopila.
Hokai mitake pe akele chonu pagluha mani mecha naje na Oglala kikte. Am petro kile chonwaste wochi chokte lakhoto gna. Na ha lechala kes taku nahu na iuk chonwa. Lena wakan kile taku trokata ichpeaki wichak happy. We choy kilena hunter. Hena mila hanska tropi. Na toni hitchens toha elections in Nakana ha. Oglala is legislation. Is taku cash hena ya paston ki toni we choy ki hena num oyaki. Le chalakes we nuchtala le onichaka. Un lag hota. Na misha malag hota. Kche chashe hemacha. Na okola kiche wanji obluspe. Chantet in the etiapi. Na hokola kiche kile otachi elections in Nordina. Wahina disne. Toha oyate mitho ki tua Sioux hunter, not is in a trocata wahina, or etaha. Da kukas, nobelet in a hatima blabben or etaha, kusha noji. Now ho he la hota he wo you can eye crack. Now let chalakis a winkile Oglala on he. Het huiwa, Bernice. Nataku insha etuankile. Onkie un lag hota. Kia hitchens epitala Oglala kapi. Na hapia wo yuksha luhab hunter. Tua iteo wa pikile na ha wona he iachi ob he ha takwe necha ilala na wo yuksha kile ya pasmans ne. E hani hechus e Oglala kapi. Tua we choy trokcha na we choy shicha yanunk te ki he done oyate ni tropi ayapa oyakis ne. Done. Na chanupa hu khletchus e olus papi na ha. Pezichota ki he insha. Natako le chala yato pike he insha wotche ki ankata egna kapi. Na hena insha iluk jamsni. Pia iluk jamsni. Chani lag khota psni hanta. Ot khala oyate mitkhaki. Oicha kyak na wachte un apsni hanta. Hechus e Oglala ko. Na ho ake etaha le which ho kan kile na out kan kon yakte ho ta ho oyate kita ku zania chu pikte ke na etchat hokata yogna na ji pikte hena etcha wo kile yanke na hetcha no pe na we akile we choy un ki he wa station me wa shichi tawo ik hena I honey one blaki na slow at mission na wo cheke mila haska trope he ochlate waton tiwahe mit hoke hetchus e kusha emano wachta lasne na he is aan yanke vela oyate otap wat gaan ze otap naku na 20 hetchus e we choikele na nu moya kipsni tiwake hetchus e chumpi na nisha ati asloyapi na wola khota kilet khokata ka khel yapi kiksuya e honey tronkashila wer Oliver Rekla we choye talk he un ashna ho he la khota na kitala le taku kusha paslon hegna ke han you talk to na mila hanska trawi choy ke hetchu se ja na I opgeniam na grandma Cecilia Martin in sha hetchu hena wo you kshankile sloyakte neche hetchu etimo oyatle na enigna kapi aspia iluktem shne na wala kapsne na inajipsne wa nila khota bhanta let's echanukte lena troke we chan nu rokte ho he echawo iksape he yanke na wosu taki lena le wianki kake ke he pia le chala ke wianki le onichaka ha he chamo wa he wan chagna pak pape he ni echa echano yaki now I'm going to turn it back into the white man's language and you can take it any way you want to. The process of what our people are trying to tell you is something that develops into their spiritual self as a body, and you hurt their feelings. Well, you also hurt mine because I'm a grandfather. I'm an uncle. I'm a son. I'm a grandson. My nephew. I'm all of it. And this body makes decisions and legislation upon the people. You talked about drugs. You talked about alcohol. The grandma mentioned it. My auntie talked about it. What are you doing? If you don't like us and you want to kill us with the white man's way of life, then say that. This legislation don't belong to us. Remember, we're treaty people. Because we have a wichoye. It's called Lakota language. Simple. You don't fit in that category, and you know that. Don't play Indian with me. You can talk all you want about Sundance and all this stuff. You don't live it. I know. Me and this young man here is my classmate, Laverne Jack. Let me tell you a brief story of this part, and I'm going to end it. Me and him, we used to go to school half a day. And he was raised by his grandmother, Alice Jack. And me and this young man, nobody. A lot of the Esca people here on Pine Ridge didn't like me and him kicking it together. You know why? Because every day we got off school, we sang the AIM song all the way home. And we departed. Ain't that right? That's the history. Because you guys didn't want to be us back then. Now you all want to be us. Well, yeah, come on. If you're talking about healing your wounds and fixing yourself, you need to look inside yourself one day at a time. How am I going to produce my job? This language Mrs. Tapio had admitted to, is that really necessary for you guys to use that in a body that's supposed to pass good intentions and legislation? She's shaking her head. No, you're not supposed to, man. So yeah, you're going to offend people. When the BIA came in here, what happened? They attacked us, didn't they? And they're still doing it today. That's still a grievance I have. I'll be leaving for D.C. next month to talk about a lot of these issues with some real important people. When a lot of things of change don't get effective on these reservations, it's because of a body like you. Simple.
Mr. Martin, can you please limit to why?
Yes, I'm looking right there. So give me that chance, and I'll take care of it, okay? When I look to this matter all the time, you're talking about let's really ask this question. What does FUCK really stand for? I mean, you're educated. Of course, that's what my aunt said. What does the word FUCK stand for? Does anyone know in here? Julian, you're the president. You know about it. Do you? What's it mean? If she can use it in a falsified regime, can you do the same thing?
No, I won't.
Why not?
It goes against my way of life.
Okay, piece of cake. But the definition, remember, FUCK is an acronym, right or wrong? That's right. It means one imperial thing that the white race used to reduce our people further and further down to the ground. And I'll say it, because it's simple. It's fornication under carnal knowledge. That's how the white man raped his language and made him bigger. Everything was created by an acronym. You really want to know the white man's way of life? Go out there and check it out. They do that every day, but they do not do it up here when they pass legislation in judgment. That's the hard part. And you should make the recommendations of starting to impeach people on every level, even the president. If you have to impeach him, do it to him, because he's making criteria. Look at this. Is it necessary for one of our elders to produce it in black and white in order for you to really take direct action? Or is it going to be at the will of the people? Even your law enforcement. They pull guns out in public places, pull the clips out, but nobody's pointing the finger at them guys, are they? I'm saying it because I've seen it. I witnessed it in a public attire when you guys got rid of Mrs. Black. They did that. Is that profession? I don't think so. Why? I would never bring my weapons in to do that and play with them. I'm talking about you, Xavier.
Okay, let's stick to the complaint. That's
The
what
complaint's over with me now.
Okay, thank you.
Because that definition, I want you guys to really think about what I said if you claim to be educated. We try both sides, okay? It's not because of what they're doing, it's to protect your rights of what you have.
Oglala. Do we have any further witnesses? Lorraine? Oglala.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Linda Whiteface. I'm Lorraine's younger sister. As a council, you guys have a very hard decision. And, you know, Robin, she's good character. My daughter's from Porcupine District, but she helps her. She helped her a lot. And I get really nervous. But, you know, this decision's amongst you guys. I mean, I hate to be you guys, I mean, but what is said was really, it's bad for the elder. And I just want to say thank you for representing us and, you know, this tough decision today. Thank you. Oglala.
Lorraine, is that everybody? Oglala. On. So at this time, Tribal Council will go into executive session. First, Tribal Council, do you have any questions for any of the witnesses or either parties? Okay, so we'll go into executive session for final deliberation. And I'll, for the record, call us into executive session at 13:05. Okay, Tribal Council, I'm gonna call us back into session at 14:08. It is to the understanding that the Tribal Council has reached a consensus decision. I'll turn it over to the attorney.
Thank you. I'm going to read the requirements, remind you of what the requirements are. In Ordinance 4126, which is the ordinance to establish procedure for impeachment. Under this ordinance, subsection 3, all impeachments are to be tried by the Tribal Council, and any officer or member of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council may be liable for impeachment for crimes, corrupt conduct, gross miscompetency, malfeasance, or misdemeanor in office. The definitions for those items are not prescribed in that ordinance, so the definitions we used were from Black's Law Dictionary, and the definitions for the items other than crimes or misdemeanors are corrupt conduct. Corrupt conduct is conduct that might or actually does adversely affect the honest and impartial exercise of official functions by a public official. Gross incompetency. Incompetence is the quality, state, or condition of being unable or unqualified to do something. Gross refers to the size of the incompetence that's conspicuous by reason of size or other attention-getting qualities. Malfeasance. Malfeasance is a wrongful, unlawful, or dishonest act, especially wrongdoing or misconduct by a public official. Related definitions are misfeasance in public office, which is the tort of excessive, malicious, or negligent exercise of statutory powers by a public officer. And a related term is abuse of public office, which is the public servant's tortious or criminal use of governmental position for private gain. As a reminder, for impeachment proceedings, a requirement of a 2/3 vote of the council following a hearing where the accused has had due notice of the charges against him or her and an opportunity to be heard is what's required. So in order to impeach, a requirement, again, is a 2/3 vote of the tribal council.
Thank you. Councilman Greenwald?
Thank you, Chair. Motion for the Tribal Council to find that the impeachment complaint against Councilmember Robin Tapio does not meet the standards set forth in Ordinance 4126 for impeachment of a Tribal Council member. And to find that while not rising to this level, the Tribal Council does not approve of or condone Ms. Tapio's actions. And to formally reprimand Ms. Tapio and requires Ms. Tapio to issue a public apology on Keeley Radio and a written apology to be published in the Lakota Country Times within 30 days. Motion.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor. Second by Councilman Dillon. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Minks,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
James Cross, Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Ha.
Jackie Sears, Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Merdanian, Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Chancey Wilson,
No.
Philip Goodcrow,
No.
Randy Laisbad,
No.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Nikina Mills,
Huh.
Okay, Tribal Council, we do have a members present is 18. It requires a 2/3 vote, which is 2/3 of 18 is 12 members. We have a vote of 15 yes and 3 no. Councilwoman Tapio, did you hear the motion that was on the floor? the motion was that the tribe does not condone your behavior, but however, your actions are not an impeachable offense. So the vote was to, within 30 days, for you to issue a public statement, apology on Kili Radio, and then to be, as well as a written one to be published in the Lakota Country Times. And so that motion did pass. So at this time, we'll bring Councilwoman Tapio back in under her full authority as as a tribal council representative out of her suspension, and back into the circle to bring our members present to 19. Councilwoman Whitehorse.
You know, traditionally, our Lakota elders were allowed to speak to us and encouraged to tell us when we're doing right or when we're doing wrong. So I think that they should invite Councilwoman Tapio to their elderly meetings so they can discuss with her the issues that they have. So I encourage the elderly committee that's getting together with Wilma's group and also the Gray Eagles, who also voiced that they had concerns, to invite Councilwoman Tapio to their meeting, and any one of us if you feel it's necessary. If we are acting in bad character or something, invite us to your meeting. Tell us.
Thank you, Councilwoman Whitehorse. Councilman Dillon.
You know, in the past, we passed a motion from the council floor, so I'd like to make a motion that Robin Tapio be reinstated with her authority to act as a representative from the Pine Ridge District. That's my motion.
Got a motion and a second by Councilman Wilson. Motion made by Councilman Dillon. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Minks,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
James Cross, Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Ha.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Mardanian, Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Chancey Wilson, Philip Goodcrow,
No.
I'm sorry, no. Randy Laysbad,
No.
Richard Greenwald, Nikina Mills,
Huh.
Robin Tapio, abstain.
Abstain.
Sixteen yes, 2 no, 1 abstain. Motion carried. Thank you, Tribal Council. So this closes out complaint number 1. We'll move on into complaint number 2 with Lydia Bearkiller, and then I'll ask the secretary to pick up the complaint on the first one that we heard.
You're busy right now and we're ready to leave, but we just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. And when we create our board, our elderly board, we will work with you and you work with us. And anything that needs to be done with the elderlies, you let us know. And we'll work with them, but traditionally, like again, Ehani, this was was done. And we're going to go back to that. Today, some of the elderlies are here that's going to help create the board. So once we get started, we will come to you and let you know, and you work with us and we'll work with you so that things wouldn't get out of hand like this. Because I hate to see this and I don't want to see anything again. So again, I want to say thank you very much. I want to thank each and every one of you for your time and to listen to us, and hope this is the first and the last time we'll be here.
You
But-
know it's not.
But want to say thank you very much.
I want to say thank you for reinstating Robin. She's a big help to the community and to the Lakota people. I know because I'm one that she helps a lot, and the homeless, she's a big help to us. So thank you so much for reinstating her.
Thank you for that. Councilwoman Tapio?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of the actions that were just taken, I want to thank the council, and I'm willing to do what you've asked of me, but in light of everything, I've decided that I'm going to resign from my position. So that's my decision, and I ask to be excused, and I'll have my resignation in by the end of the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Tapio. Councilwoman Merdania?
Chair, can we go into executive session and just have a brief discussion regarding this recent information?
Thank you. I'll call us back into executive session at 14:20. good? Okay, Tribal Council, I'm gonna call us out of executive session. Back into order at 14:50. Councilwoman Whitehorse.
I'm going to make two motions, but the second motion is totally dependent on the first motion. So my first motion is to accept Robin Tapio's verbal resignation. That's my first motion.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor. Second by Councilman Alpo. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Minks,
No.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
No.
James Cross,
No.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. Yeah. Jackie Sears,
Yeah.
Vincent Tulent. No. Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice. Yes. Valentina Merdanian,
Here.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man, Chansey Wilson,
No.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laysbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
No.
Nikita Mills. Here.
Councilman Little White Man, we're voting on accepting the resignation of Councilwoman Tapio. If you'd like to weigh in on that vote, I'll accept it.
Yes.
Eight yes and 10 no. Motion failed. Councilwoman Whitehorse.
Okay, then that changes my second motion, but I'm going to make another motion. I'm going to motion that we have a meeting regarding this resignation and have the attorney draft a resolution accepting the next highest vote getter for Pine Ridge District. Just draft the resolution. And that we have a council meeting to address this next Tuesday.
So next Tuesday would be February 4th, 2020. Okay, got a motion on the floor. That's up to you, council, the motion maker.
Yeah, what if she doesn't turn it in till 4:30 on Friday?
A week from Friday.
Okay, and the reason I'm trying to do this is so that Pine Ridge has their representation. Because right now, it's not fair to them. Right now, Pine Ridge has only 2 representatives, and they have no representation on Finance Committee, which is the committee that I'm totally concerned with. So that's why I motioned to have it next week, to give her until 4:30. And if she doesn't turn it in at 4:30, then it's just a moot issue, right? But if no one is going to be here next week,
Councilwoman Mills.
okay, I'll change it to Monday.
So we have education committee on Monday. Also, so I feel like coming from the district and speaking for my own district, in the 20 days that Robin has been suspended, I've been really making an effort to make it to the committees that she has been on, and I feel like I'm able to wait I can still make those meetings, finance and land, and still advocate on behalf of Pine Ridge District. Yes, I won't be a voting member, but I feel like getting something in writing officially would be the best way for this before we take any action on the next person to be seated if she does turn in the written request. So I would just wanted to state that for the record. I pretty much have been going to most of the committee meetings. And we do, again, feel like we need to get our laws in shape so that we're not having these kind of discussions and debates and they're all spelled out. So it spells out these kind of processes. Then we're not debating it here and now, then it's all in the ordinance. Thank you.
Councilman Greenwald?
I think Ms. Tapio has always been a woman of her word, and I think if she said she'll be here Friday, which is in 2 days, to hand in her resignation, she'll do that. So I think holding a meeting next week would be just fine, you know. I'd like to also state that we need to eventually get somebody in there that has voting authority too as well for Pine Ridge District. So I don't think a meeting next week will harp or interfere with any of Robin's wishes to come in on Friday and submit her resignation, so.
So I changed the date to Monday.
Monday the 3rd?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Little Hawk Weston?
Yeah, I just really believe that, just out of respect for our colleague, I think we should wait until we get an official letter of resignation. And, I want to state for the 4 years ago, me and my colleague here were suspended. And you know what? Wakbamni District had no representation for 20 days. 20 days. It ain't going to hurt Pine Ridge Village to have one vacant seat. You still got 2 council representatives representing that district. So out of respect, wait for her resignation letter. I was in the same situation, and I submitted a resignation letter to the tribal secretary at that time. It was brought to the council, and the council accepted it. And today, we just want to hastily hurry up and replace her. We need to give some time here. So out of respect, I would like for this governing body to think about that. You still got 2 council reps from Pine Ridge Village that still represent that district. So this council has gone through this before, and our district was not represented for 20 days. Thank you.
So I got a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Whitehorse. Do I have a second? Second by Councilwoman Janice.
Question before you run the vote, so it's Monday.
Monday, yes. And it'll be at 10 a.m. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Inks,
No.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
No.
James Cross, Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Jackie Sears,
Yeah.
Vincent Tulent,
No.
Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Mardanian,
Yeah.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
No.
Chancey Wilson,
No.
Philip Goodcrow, Randy Laysbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
No.
McKenna Mills,
Yeah.
Okay, so I got 6 yes, 11 no, 1 not voting, motion failed. So just a FYI, tribal council, I guess that puts the ball back in my court. So if and when we do accept or resignation is submitted, I have 72 hours to notify you. which will be done immediately upon a receival of documentation. So regardless if it comes on a day that you can't be here or not, I'm still gonna have to call the meeting. So you're gonna have to make sure that you're there. Otherwise, we're gonna have to follow the process when you don't show up to a council meeting. So we're closing that out. We're moving on into the rest of the agenda on the second complaint with Lydia Bear Killer. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to call forward the complainants for the next impeachment complaint.
Consuelo Vasquez.
Consuelo Vasquez. So we have two primaries, Consuelo Vasquez Means, President from Pass Creek District Council, and second by Julie Badwound, Vice President, Pass Creek District Council. Before we proceed, we're going to reiterate the rules of this proceeding. Madam Attorney.
Thank you. These are the rules set forth in Tribal Council Resolution 41-90. Again, I'm going to read this resolution regarding the rules of procedure for impeachment. 1, the hearing will be on an informal basis, that is, attorneys, professional, or laymen will not be allowed for either the defendant or the complainant. 2, the hearing will be conducted by the council, open to the public, and after all evidence has been heard, all points clarified, the councilman shall retire with the presiding officer for further discussion. The defendant, complainant, and all officers will not be present at this final session. 3, the defendant will be given every opportunity to be heard in his own defense. 4, neither the defendant nor the complainant will interrupt the hearing of evidence. 5, after the evidence has been heard from both the defendant and complainant, they may then be questioned on certain points which may have been misunderstood. 6, the presiding officer will be appointed by the council and will preside at both the hearing and the final session. 7, both the defendant and the council may be permitted to call witnesses. 8, the voting of the councilman shall be by roll call. The presiding officer for this hearing is the president, and the ordinance regarding impeachment, again, is 4126. I will review that again with the council once we go into the final session. The order in which the proceedings will happen is the complainant will be allowed to present their case, and then the council will be permitted to ask questions. Once that's complete, then the defendant will be allowed to present and then council will be able to ask questions. Both complainant and defendant will be able to call relevant witnesses, and the council can ask questions.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. At this time, state your name for the record.
Consuelo Vasquez Means. I'm currently the Pass Creek District President. Before we start, would I be able to request that the Jennifer Spotted Bear read the complaint out for the record?
Madam Secretary.
Okay, impeachment complaint, Friday, December 20th, 2019. Oglala Sioux Tribal Council, attention, Jennifer Spotted Bear, Secretary. In regarding the matter of notice of intent for immediate suspension without pay and request for impeachment of Representative Lydia Bear Killer, Pass Creek District. Honorable representatives of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council, I hope the letter finds each of you in good health and good spirits. This shall serve as official notification of the Pass Creek District Council's notice of intent for immediate suspension without pay and request of impeachment of Representative Lydia Bearkiller, Pass Creek District. This action is based upon her commission of violations of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council Ordinance Number 41-26, entitled, "The Ordinance to Establish Procedure for Impeachment." 3, any officer or member of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council may be liable to impeachment for crimes, corrupt conduct, gross incompetency, malfeasance, or misdemeanor in office, but judgment in such cases shall not extend further than removal from office and disqualification to hold any office of trust or profit under the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council. The president accused nevertheless shall be liable to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. No person shall be liable to impeachment twice for the same offense. Background: the Pass Creek District met in a special session on Wednesday, November 19, 2019, and approved the following action after lengthy review and consideration of alleged violations, including violations of applicable rules and regulations of Oglala Sioux Tribe, which Representative Bearkiller has committed as follows. Violation of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council Ordinance Number 80-02, entitled Ordinance to Revise Section 19 of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Code. No member of the Tribal Council shall obstruct, interfere, or control the functions of any Oglala Sioux Tribal Court or influence such functions in any manner in a case or cases then pending before the courts. The committees of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council shall have the authority to investigate the tribal court matters, notwithstanding this section, to the extent necessary to prepare legislation for future cases. The court may request employees of the Indian Service, particularly those who are engaged in social work, health, and education work, to assist in preparation and presentation of the facts and in the case and in proper treatment of individual offenders. This is based upon the fact that her federal monitor, who is also her sister, Minerva Bearkiller, appealed and lost her election appeal in 2018 Pass Creek District election, which is denied by the Pass Creek District Election Board and Oglala Sioux Nation Supreme Court with prejudice. This issue was addressed by the OST Law and Order Committee, and a member of that committee know very well that what was going on with the Representative Bearkiller's personal involvement in pending litigation that was rendered by the OST Supreme Court involving her sister. There is also a witness who is willing to testify that they personally observed Ms. Bearkiller going into the former Supreme Court clerk of court office. In addition, with checking on this status of an election appeal submitted against me by Representative Bearkiller's sister, the Supreme Court clerk of the court mentioned a few times that Representative Bearkiller was always checking in on the status of her sister's election appeal. On February 15, 2019, the OST Supreme Court rendered their decision to dismiss with prejudice the complaint filed by Representative Bearkiller. A copy is attached for your review and evidentiary support. Violation of Pass Creek District Executive Committee Resolution 19-04XB. Representative Bearkiller voted no on the certification of the election results, thus resulting in showing her disinterest in her role as a representative of the Pass Creek District by not carrying out her duty to support and pass legislation from her district, which is duly recognized under Article 6 District Organization of the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Carrying out actions of district government is fundamental responsibility of the role of a representative for a district. Representative Bearkiller was the only no vote during this regular session of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council. The resolution was approved by the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council by a vote of 17, 1, and 1. on March 19, 2019. There was evidentiary support on the YouTube page for Oglala Lakota College KOLC TV, which is public record, which was live streamed on March 19, 2019. A copy of the resolution is attached for your review. Violation of OST personnel and policies and procedures manual, nepotism of political appointment. Representative Bearkiller has violated existing law politically appointing her sister Minerva Bearkiller. This appointment is in violation of existing tribal law. There are no exceptions as evidence from the OST personnel policies and procedures manual. We do not understand how this personnel action notice PAN was approved and processed by the OST Human Resource Department, OST Comptroller, and OST Treasurer without asking clarification on the legality of this personnel appointment. This is a violation of the OST Law and Order Code. Violation of the Tribal Council resolution regarding $1 million for the tribal enterprise for Allen Store. Interfered in bidding process violation. Violating the procurement ordinance and financial management ordinance by interfering in the construction contract bidding process without approval from the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council, as the Finance Committee is advisory in the nature and cannot supersede approved action by the governing body of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. The Oglala Sioux Tribal Council took action to table Ms. Bearkiller's request to bring forth bidding documents for the construction of the new Allen Store. And this action was approved through the Finance Committee and violated numerous laws such as the Financial Management Manual, Procurement Ordinance, and action approved by the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council. There is an evidentiary support on the YouTube page for Oglala Lakota College KOLC TV, which is public record, which was live streamed on September 24th, 2019. This violation of the OST Law and Order Code, a copy of the district resolution and the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council resolution is attached for your review. Violation of Pass Creek District Executive Committee requested for financial transactions. Several district resolutions and memorandum have been submitted to Ms. Bearkiller requesting reports on financial assistance requests and when she administered them from her line items. These were never compiled with our adhered to. Attached, you will find copies and evidentiary support. Unauthorized charge account at Lynn's Dakota Martin, South Dakota. Attached, you will find a copy of the unauthorized charge account at Lynn's Dakota Martin, South Dakota, in the name of the Pass Creek District. This was never approved by the Pass Creek District Executive Committee or Pass Creek District approved actions. The invoice is still outstanding. This was during the election dispute that got resolved. Violation of HIPAA and breach of confidentiality. More recently, Representative Bearkiller made copies of bank statements, actual check copies, and handed them out to numerous district members who posted them on social media, showing names and what type of assistance was on the check. I believe these to be a violation of HIPAA and breach of confidentiality, as the persons receiving the assistance did not give their permission to these posted online through Representative Bearkiller's assistance. A copy of the packet Representative Bearkiller made is attached for your review and evidentiary support. This type of assistance was not redacted, violation HIPAA and breach confidentiality. My eyes are going all over. Representative Bearkiller voted her oath of office by taking disinterest in her position and has abused her authority as a council member of the Finance Committee and representative of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council. Representative Bearkiller violated her due process of the Pass Creek District Executive Committee and District Council by showing documentation to members of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council without hearing the other side of the story. Due process requires notice and an opportunity to be heard on the exact nature of the charges. Conclusion. Representative Bearkiller chose from the beginning of our administration to not cooperate or work with the district government of the Pass Creek District by continuing to interfere with her bullying tactics, and believe that she must be held accountable to answer to the proven allegations by her own actions. Attached, you will find a copy of the 2018 Pass Creek District Year-End Report, which was filed with the OST Secretary's Office. All meeting minutes, resolutions at memorandum and MIP financial transactions were attached. You will see that the Representative Bearkiller did not provide any oral or written reports during this time. She was requested to provide written reports on her financial assistance requests when she administered them to her through her line items. The Pass Creek District is in the process of completing the 2019 year-end report. I am prepared to provide testimony, call witnesses, and cross-examine Representative Bearkiller, who violated due process of the Pass Creek District. There are laws that must be adhered to and must be held accountable when gross violations occur at the hand of the individual accused. You all heard the one-sided story by Representative Bearkiller. Now I am requesting to tell our side of the story. I believe this complaint to fall within the elemental foundation criteria to be suspended and impeached from office as representative of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Pass Creek District based upon Representative Bearkiller's commission of offenses listed above in accordance with the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council Ordinance Number 41-26. This action was approved by Pass Creek District Council, the overall governing body of the Pass Creek District Community Chairpersons. Attached, you will find documentary evidence to support this complaint for impeachment. I encourage the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to look at the complaint as far as a fair and impartial juror. I'm requesting that you accept the complaint and allow the Pass Creek District governing body to the opportunity for due process to address our grievance. Relief requested. I'm requesting the immediate suspension without pay and impeachment of Representative Bearkiller after due process hearing to be held no longer than 20 working days, since the ordinance number 41-20 does specify calendar or working days. This action was requested by the Pass Creek District Council, as all relevant information has been submitted in accordance with the rules and regulations governing this action. The Pass Creek District Council has taken action based upon her commission of the offenses listed above by showing a disinterest in her role and responsibility as Representative Bearkiller violated rules and regulations of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and has failed to adhere to actions of the Pass Creek District government. Thank you for your time. Have a nice day. Sincerely, Consuelo Vasquez Means, President, Pass Creek District Council. Attest, Julie Badwell, Vice President, Pass Creek District Council.
Thank you, Jennifer. And then before we start, there's just a few things that I have some that I am going to read. I have a few things I did type up and get together. First, before we go, Representative James Cross is here, and we asked for him to recuse from voting on the complaint due to the conflict of interest, as his federal monitor is present and may be called as a witness for Ms. Bearkiller. But as on that, we would like to request too that if she calls her for a witness, just not to vote, James, but if she does call her for a witness, just for the record, that she was our former treasurer. If you guys looked at the packet, most of those resolutions, everything that we did request, she was part of our executive committee, so she was in there and she did vote. So, that's just something that I'm gonna kind of put out there that we're requesting, because it is a conflict of interest. So I will start with what I'm here for. My opening introduction. This is complaint and hearing is governed by the Article 8 of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Constitution and bylaws, as well as the tribal ordinances that are applicable to our impeachment complaint against Representative Lydia Bearkiller, Pass Creek District of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. A referendum vote was held in Pass Creek District of Allen, South Dakota of the Oglala Sioux Tribe on November 19, 2002. Members voting for the referendum vote results in that foregoing constitution and bylaws are in full force and effect upon approval of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council, unless by legal enactment of the Pass Creek District Council and the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council, it should be amended and recited. Article 6 of the Oglala Sioux Tribe recognizes each of the 9 districts of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Each district is recognized as its own autonomous body of government, recognized by Oglala Sioux Tribal Council Resolution in 2019 and Pass Creek District Executive Committee Resolutions 1904 XB. As the Pass Creek District does have its own recognized constitution and bylaws, more specifically Article 7, forfeiture of office, the forfeiture, I can't even talk, can't even say, of district council officers shall be Section 10 impeachment. It shall be the duty of the Pass Creek District Council to submit complaints to Oglala Sioux Tribal Council against a district representative woman who showed disinterest in her position as the affairs of the Pass Creek District, who misappropriates monies belonging to the district people, and who votes against the best interest of the district and the tribal council meetings. The purpose of the foregoing is allowed to the institution of proceedings for removal of the district representative under Article 8 of Oglala Sioux Tribal Constitution. It is with our heavy hearts that we submit this complaint against our own district representative. Of all of us here today are leaders of our great Oglala Sioux Nation and custodians of most guiding documents. The Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. It is tragic that our own district representative's dangerous action have made impeachment necessary. Representative Bearkiller gave us no other choice. Violation of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council Ordinance number 8002, entitled Ordinance to Revise Section 19 of Oglala Sioux Tribal Code. Representative Lydia Bearkiller interfered with the Supreme Court. That was a decision in favor of myself as president of the Pass Creek District. The case cited is Minerva Bearkiller versus Consuelo Means, including Charmaine shot with arrow on the paper, an election dispute in 2019. As president and vice president of the Pass Creek District, we attended a law and order committee meeting at the Oglala Sioux Tribe Justice Center, Pine Ridge, South Dakota. An executive session was held on a topic of why we felt that Representative Bearkiller violated Section 19 of the Oglala Sioux Tribe law and order. Representative Bearkiller's sister, who is also her federal monitor, submitted a complaint to the Supreme Court contesting the 2019 Pass Creek District election. I would call and check with the former Supreme Court clerk of the court, who would provide daily updates and briefings on the pending decision. In talking in person and on the telephone with the former clerk of courts, we were notified that that Representative Bearkiller also kept calling and visiting her office numerous times. I was also told myself that we should do a re-election due to what was said in the office. It is our understanding of the ordinance in number 8020 that Representative Bearkiller should have no communication with one of our tribal programs, which also constructed as a violation of the separation of powers, as Representative Bearkiller is part of the legislative branch of government and should not even attempt to interfere in the judicial branch of tribal government foundation. The violation of Pass Creek District Executive Committee Resolutions 1904 XB, for the record and for general listing public, on 90.1 Keeley FM radio and those watching live stream. Regular session meeting was held on March 19 at Wakbomni Lake Community Center, Wakbomni. Again, Representative Bearkiller was the only representative who voted no on the certification of the election when she had said she would abstain from the Pass Creek District, for Pass Creek district, which results in Bear Killer showing a disinterest in her role as representative for the Pass Creek district by not carrying out her duties to support and pass legislation from the district, which is duly recognized under Article 6, District Organization of the Constitution and Bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Council Representative Bear Killer made a Facebook post in which she claims election code has been violated and that she was going to file a complaint. Representative Bear Killer was not a candidate for the district executive board or district council. Her sister, who is her federal monitor, was the only candidate for the district president, and therefore she violated Section 19, the Law and Order Code, by interfering, carrying out actions of the district government, and fundamentally responsible for the role of representative for the district. Violation of the OST Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual, nepotism of the political appointment, violation of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council resolution regarding $1 million for the tribal enterprise. On November 8th, the Pass Creek District shared a post about the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Property Supplies Department soliciting proposals for qualified and experienced contractors to provide quality work to the tribe and the most competitive price beginning November 1st. The Oglala Sioux Tribal Council passed a district executive board resolution requesting $1 million from the bonds previously unspent. There was an additional Oglala Sioux Tribal Council resolution approving the $1 million for the new Allen store was deemed a tribal enterprise. We are unaware of any actions approved by the Oglala Sioux Tribe that gave Representative Bear Killer the permission to interfere in the bidding process by bypassing applicable tribal ordinances. Representative Bear Killer bypassed the OST Property and Supply Director by interfering in this process before sufficient and legal notice was notified by the OST Property and Supply in the form of request for proposal. We believe this is sufficient evidence enough that shows Representative Bear Killer's intent to violate the OST Law and Order Code and applicable tribal rules and regulations. And we did have a meeting on that. We did do the resolution. The Pass Creek District is aware that that is none of our business. After it was done, it goes to the tribe. Violation of the Pass Creek District Executive Committee request for financial transactions. Representative Bear Killer will tell you that she is honest, ethical, and transparent, which is false. The Pass Creek District Executive Committee, as well as Pass Creek District Council, took many actions to request Representative Bear Killer to cooperate and expend line items approved by the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council for the Pass Creek District youth activities during the summer of 2018. This is when the dissension and refusal to work as a district leader began from Representative Bear Killer. We have highlighted the following dates and the information to support the biases for this section and the impeachment complaint. These actions are also made of the 2018 Pass Creek District End of the Year Report, which consisted of our memorandums, resolutions, and other pertinent information that has been made public in Pass Creek District and filed with the OST Secretary's Office. You guys, July 6, 2018, Executive Board meeting minutes, July 16, Pass Creek District XB resolution, July 10th, resolution number 1805, Pass Creek District ratifying PCD Executive Resolutions 1801, July 10th, memorandum sent to Lydia, Pass Creek District Executive Committee, July 18, memorandum was sent to Mason, requesting reimbursement for youth activities for the Representative Bear Killer's line items pursuant to the Pass Creek District Executive Resolution number 1801 and 1805. July 25th, 2018, Pass Creek District Council emergency session meeting. This meeting was held to have Representative Bear Killer explain why she'd adhere and honor the request made by the Executive Committee of the Pass Creek District Council. August 22nd was sent to Mason, OST Treasurer, requesting expenditure report for the representative. Resolution number 1878 that provided districts $14,444 to be divided between the two representatives of the Pass Creek districts. Unauthorized charge account at Lynn's Dakota Mart. The former president, myself, Pass Creek District forwarded information that was mailed to him, mailed with regards to Lydia Bear Killer the former president of the Pass Creek District forwarded information that was mailed to him in regards to Representative Lydia Bearkiller charging items during the time of financial assistance and suspended due to the election appeal before the Oglala Sioux Nation Supreme Court. There are no records that exist to support the Pass Creek District giving her permission to charge items at said store. Violation of HIPAA and breach of confidentiality. We believe that Representative Bearkiller violated HIPAA and breach of confidentiality by accessing through unknown means and with cooperation from the Oglala Sioux Treasurer's Office copies of checks front and back and what type of assistance was given. Some of these checks were medical requests to be given to medical appointments which were deemed private. The persons receiving checks did not give Representative Bearkiller permission to share these medical information with which was posted on Facebook and other social networking sites. We are sure some of you had the opportunity to hear one side from Representative and nothing but the full truth from both sides. So those are my closings. That is what I have, what I typed up and what I said. And on my behalf, I would just like to, there's a few, the Pass Creek District is on financial suspension due because we did get suspended because this information got out. We understand that the ledgers, everything is available, but what was passed out in our district was the bank statements, which, mind you, has our bank account number on there with check blanks, and all of you guys have copies of that. Make sure that those were there. Those are all in there that was given to the community members, certain community members. We never received the packet. One of our chairwomen received it, and when we went to have the meeting, she was the one, she just handed it over and said she didn't want nothing to do with it. So we looked at it as executive, our whole district council was there. This has happened before in the terms of Pass Creek, and this is the first year I've been, this is actually the second year I have been district president. When I got in, like I said, when election came, there was a bump in the road. Election came, it didn't even go, and I got my Supreme Court in February. So the district members went out with all of that whole time, no assistance, nothing, and then here we are again. You know, we're trying to go, and then off of everything that we have, I'm pretty sure we have a lot of evidence that you guys submitted. We do also have more. I'm gonna go ahead and let Julie talk. I'm kind of getting nervous. Go ahead, your turn. Jeez, I'm sweating like a bucket.
Hi. I'm kind of a little nervous, but my name is Julie Badwin. I am the current vice president. I'm just going to elaborate a little on what Consuelo said. From the get-go, we never had open communication with Lydia. We tried. We did. But we got roadblocked every time something was done behind our back. One meeting, we asked for the financial statements of how she spent her money. We got no response. Consuelo made a comment of saying, we'll go higher. We'll go to the next level. She took a step forward to Consuelo and asked her, is that a threat? We were going to write the memo to Mason. That was the comment. There's a lot of things that, I've personally heard. I grew up in Allen. I didn't believe it because, to me, I have to see it to believe it. And my eyes are open, especially when I ran. We didn't post anything on Facebook. There was things posted. We've never posted anything. And we got proof that she did get involved in district business, and I thought it was my understanding a representative doesn't get involved in district business. That's what we have an executive board for. That's what we have a council for. Every time we were going to do something, we were always undermined. We went to college, we have degrees, but we get made fun of by saying you can have degrees, but that doesn't make you smart, you're an idiot. The names, the backlash, the slander. I even got called by me having child abuse charges on me. That is serious. If that was the case, I wouldn't have even been put on the ballot. This has just gone on way too long. I've never wanted to get involved in politics, but I thought, this is my chance. Maybe I can make a difference. I don't know much. I'm new to all of this, but I can read, I understand. But we just don't get the chance. we keep getting roadblocks put up on us. You know, where we had to finally, like you said, we went to law and order. You know, Consuelo's a real emotional person. All the amount of money we're being accused of, look at our Facebook page, 2019 Pass Creek District. That's where all the money is. Taking the kids to hot springs, taking them all over.
Councilman Greenwald?
Thank you. For me, because I didn't see any of this stuff before, so you said that some of us seen this stuff before. I haven't, so like when you talk about these roadblocks were put up, can you be specific to what you're talking about so I understand what you're saying? And do that all the way through your presentation.
I'm sorry. The roadblocks I'm speaking of is she would come and get records. We even asked. We sent the memos to Mesa. We got nothing, but she went and got the paperwork on us. The other things was, this is like the second time we've been put on financial suspension. We'd ask how she'd spend it. We don't get a response. But it comes down to it, we get suspended. So we can't help our own community. So, but you know who's in charge? She's in charge along with our district service manager. You know, I made a comment that we're the only district that has 2 presidents, one voted, one self-appointed. And it's not right. You know, we're young, yeah, we read, we understand. She shouldn't have any business in our district business. Financially. Anything at all, but we keep getting suspended.
Councilman Jumping Eagle?
When you say you ask how she spends her money, what money are you talking about?
The money that comes out for heating, we ask who, you know, how many people she helped, how much. The last year we asked about the youth money that was given out. We got no response. She wasn't at the meeting at the time. She was on a trip. But when she came back, we all know it was for youth, but she told us it wasn't for youth. And then she was gonna give money, $1,000 to all the communities. It didn't go that way. The money went to the school. So we don't get a full report. We have no open communication. The only time we did have communication was when we wanted to go in with the hemp with Lake Creek. That was the only time we got communication. You know, I don't know what else we can do. We didn't want to go this route because we knew we would get backlash. We would get put down on social media. But we never said nothing. You know, we got feelings too. You know, we're just trying to do what's right. And we hear things back. We can't say because we don't have the proof to say. You know, this person said that person, but how could she get the financial records when we couldn't even get one, how she spent money? She even knew of the complaint before we even had a meeting. She posted it on social media. We have proof right here. If you know, we're going to give you guys copies. We have all the screenshots where it shows how she was involved. She even had the packet when we were financially suspended. It was supposed to be for Consuelo. I was there. She walked in. Ron gave her the copy, our service center manager. She had a copy of the whole packet. Why does she get one?
I didn't even get it.
She didn't even get it. A federal monitor comes in and she got one. But when one of the chair people asked for a copy, the service center manager said, you need to ask the district president for a copy. But yet he's standing there handing out copies. I stood there and I witnessed this. We got pictures in here. Yeah, we don't know where this is gonna even out. I mean, who is really in charge? I mean, like we were saying, if she wanted to be district president, why didn't she run? So I hope you guys read what we submitted. You know, we honestly didn't want to do this because we knew what was gonna happen. But we just hope you can have an open mind. You know, we've been through this for too long. This is like the second time now our people have to wait and they have to come all the way to Pine Ridge. And it's not fair and it's not right. If she's gonna be a representative, she needs to stay in that position and not come and try to do district business. That's what they have an executive board and a council for. So I think she needs to make up her mind what she really wants to do. Thank you.
I'll ask the secretaries if you will pass those out for them, please. Councilwoman, or Councilman Little White Man, and then Councilwoman Whitehorse.
That sheet right there is what was passed out into our communities. It was made by, I don't know who, but it was made. And that was given, like I said, we did not receive any of that paperwork until we went to have our district meeting. We did have our district meeting on the 19th. It was scheduled for the district cap office. At the same time, if you guys look through that packet on November 19th, is when we had our district meeting. We were scheduled to have it at the cap office. We ended up having it we moved it to one of our community chairwoman's house because all these packets were going around. We couldn't even go to the elderly center. They wouldn't even let us into the elderly center because of the packets that were going around. So we ended up going to a community chairperson's house. And when we got there, that's when we got the packet. When I walked in to do the meeting, she gave me that whole packet and she said, I just looked at the little things, and she gave it back. So that right there, I don't know. I did not type that. I don't know who typed it, but that was part of it that went around in our community. And if you guys look into those packets, there's quite a bit of everything that we do have, everything that we are saying is there. Every complaint, everything that we have submitted to you guys, there is evident support. The beginning one comes from all the way from the beginning of when we were in court, when Supreme Court. But if you guys take the time to look at it, it's all there, all the backup and everything that we need. I mean, I don't know, does anybody else have anything before she's able to go ahead and talk?
Councilman, first I have Councilwoman Whitehorse and then Councilman Wilson.
I guess I just have a couple questions for clarification. I was looking for HIPAA violations in the information that you passed out, but I don't see any HIPAA violations. HIPAA violations are when you release medical records or medical information. And
So-
just saying medical on a printed check is not a HIPAA violation.
Okay.
And I was looking at your financial reports also, and this was also a question that was brought up by Dean and Hobart. There's a lot of out-of-sequence checks or missing check numbers in the reports and bank statements. Do you know why?
On some of those, I know, to answer your question on a HIPAA violation on things like that, I understand it, but the whole thing is the whole question, and I kind of debated on putting that in there, is because of how did they get the checks with from the bank, from the bank statement. So I've been asking this question to everybody that I could ask. Nobody was able to really give me a good answer on it. It's just that they were saying that they're public information because myself and my treasurer, she passed away. But we were the only ones who could look at it on a bank, and then they come in the mail. So, I don't know how they got there. The other question as to some of them that were in sequence, some of them were, I know for a fact some of them are voided checks. And then the other ones, I don't know, because, we do have a data clerk that does that. So on some of them, like I said, some of them were voided and whatever. So that's all and I don't get into the, on that part. So just a few things, but if that answers your question.
And then I just wanted to explain a little bit to Julie on the monthly reports. Every month you submit your budget and your financial report. And in your financial report, it has your reconciliation, which should list all those voided checks. And it has your check register, and then it has your expense report from your district, and then your bank statement, which most of the time also attaches the voided or the checks that were cashed. So I'm sure that's how she got that, because I get that, and we all get that every month for our district. In our monthly treasurer reports. So just for your information, we all have access to those. And as an executive board, you should have access from your data clerk, because your data clerk is the person who prepares that monthly report for the treasurer. And that includes your budget and everything. So including your district treasurer should sign off on that report, along with the data clerk. So you do have access to that. It's not just us as council people. And it is public information.
Okay, I think I need to clarify myself more. What I was probably, what I was referring to was when we asked how she spent her money. Because she didn't give us no report. If you look at her end of the year, there's no reporting. And we kept asking, how did it get spent? How did it get spent? And then finally, we asked for a meeting with Mason. He was supposed to be here. Next thing we know, we get a call to be at the CAP office because Mason's there. You know, and I asked her, why are you here? Because you're a representative, you shouldn't be involved. And then we asked, and the federal monitor said, the reports are done, but we're waiting for the outcome of the court. The outcome came, we never got no reports to this day on how she spent her money. That's what I was referring to.
Then I had one more question. I was looking at the report on the LINs, and there's a part that's whited out. Do you know what that is?
It's another name of the person that's not involved in any of this.
And who is that person?
The bill that we're talking about, that we're making reference to, is just that specific month, that specific date.
So the district does have a charge account at Lynn's Dakota Mart?
They did.
And that other person is on here as well as
Yes.
Lydia? Who is the other person?
I don't know.
And what address is it going to?
The address it was going to was the former past great president, Anthony Waters. He brought it to my attention, and he said, I thought it was mine. I opened it because it had my box number on it. So he went to Lynn's and he asked the owner, and Robbie told him, that's the only address. You know, I wasn't given an address, so I thought I'd send it to you. So that's how it came.
Is there actual verification of who made these charges? And if the district wasn't aware of it, how did they make payment?
During that time, the copy that you're looking at that we put in our complaint, that was when we were all in court. We all couldn't do anything. That's when that was created. That's why we put that in there. That's why we're just talking about that time when we were all in court where we couldn't carry out any of our duties because she was in charge along with our district service center manager.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is because in our district, they also include the report at their monthly meeting, but it tells who charges what.
Yeah, there's another page that has that. That one was just the reason why that's in there is because she was saying that bill was in my name. I never even knew we had a store bill there, but so when that came in and I showed Consuelo and I'm like, what is this? So that was just to reiterate that wasn't in my name. That was in her name, but that was the time where we were all in court over this election mess where we couldn't do our duties. That's the only thing we're referring to is that time.
Okay, because the reason I brought it up was because in your complaint, it says that she had a charge account at Lynn's, but it doesn't appear that way here. It appears that the district does, because it doesn't show who charged. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, the argument on that part was the council did not give her authorization to do it. And we didn't even know it was in her name.
So who made the payments?
We made the payments after we got our money reinstated.
Okay, so the council was aware that there was a charge account?
Afterwards.
Okay, then if you're saying that she is charging on this, then there should have been evidence of her charging on it, not just this bill where it shows that you guys paid. It doesn't actually even show that you guys paid, it just shows that someone paid.
Oh, yeah, I understand what you mean.
Yeah, so.
Councilman Wilson?
Mine was just a concern on that Lynn's Dakota Mart bill, and I think it kind of got clarified.
Do we have any other questions from tribal council? All right. Y'all may. Yes. Oh, Councilman Greenwald?
I'll talk on that because that was my court. That was my court that I had to go to. Every day, you know, it just was taking a long time when it was submitted. It was taking a long time to actually get the paperwork. And every day that I did call, you know, they kept saying, well, no, hold on, let me check. So they kept checking, nothing. And then one day when I did call, then I did visit with the clerk of courts lady, and she did mention to me, I said, do you have a response yet? And she said, no, not yet. But she said, you know, Lydia and her sister, and she said some tall girl that has glasses on was standing here, and she said, you know, maybe you should just do a re-election. That's all, you know, then all this paperwork would be done. So I just told her, and I did have it on speaker, and if my treasurer was alive, you know, she was my witness, but she's not here. I did have it on speakerphone when I did do that with her, but you know, that's where I had to go. I mean, after I got done, I just told her, I said, well, thank you, you know, if you don't have it, that's fine. That's why I ended up going to Law and Order Committee.
So, there's nothing that you're aware of that she got to go in and talk to a Supreme Court justice in their official capacities. They weren't even in there at the time. A lot of times they're not even here. They live at different reservations, different areas, then they come together just for hearing. But do you have anything where she went to a hearing with the Supreme Court and interfered with what you're talking about?
I don't have no evidence on that, but like I said, when I did call, and I do understand all the judges where they're at, but it was the clerk of court, and I don't want to say her name, but she was the one that we kept going to, and I understand all of that process. But like I said, that's when I did call, because it was an everyday calling and stuff. So that's just whenever she told me that, and based on that gave me the impression that, you know, why is she interfering with her sister's election, because it was her sister that ran against me. So that was just the whole thing from that part.
Okay.
Yes.
It was just to answer Bose, that paper you were showing. When they got those reports, they took all the money, the checks and stuff that were in our name, and that's what they compiled. But they didn't ask us what they were for. A lot of them were for vendors, and there is quite a few vendors that will not take a check from a district. So we would have to put it in our name, cash it, give them the money, and we get a receipt. And one they kept making a comment about was a bouncy house that apparently I bounced myself to wrap it for. And it was 400, not 6, and they came out of Martin and they delivered it, and it was inside the school's gym. I don't know, because I went in there and my anxiety went, so I had to leave my daughter with my grandkids. So that's what that was. They compiled all our meeting stipends, if we had medical, school clothing, energy assistance, whatever amount it was, that's what they compiled and put all together. They never asked us what those amounts were for. Again, there was no communication. So that was just explaining that paper.
Do I have any further questions for the complainants? Okay, at this time, we'll move into to the respondent. Ms. Bearkiller, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Okay, on, you know, a lot of this stuff that's being said and that came out the way it is, media, whatever, I looked at it, and, you know, majority of what people say is not me. And whatever, it's on those Facebook media where I don't have control over a lot of that stuff and the responses. But when people ask me questions, I answer them, which a lot of people do. And I'm sure all of you guys get questions on Facebook and whatever media that you guys are on. But you know, today I'm like the second page that was passed out. I don't really want to focus on that hearsay stuff, and documents and proof is what I brought forward. You know, when and I have some witnesses here to attest to my documents and my proof that I have in front of me and in front of you guys. So the complainant alleging that the 4126, I violated it, and that the district executive board referred to the November 19th, 2019 informational and educational meeting. The opportunity to present my report to the people and address and listen to their concerns. You know, I never go out there and look for problems or try to bring things out. People come to me. They probably come to you guys. They probably come to them. And they want solutions. They want answers. And that's what I represent as the people. And so the Finance Committee, you know, about this issue maybe about 3 months before November, the concern of our district finances. And I was asked if the public could see the records, and those are public records. People could see them. So I asked our comptroller and the treasurer that policy, Pass Creek District policy, financial policies was violated, and so forth with the OST financial management. It's spelled out in her on step 1, 2, and 3 on our district allocation, on our district spending. So when the comptroller decided to go and look for and investigate it, well then they gave that opportunity to the chair and the treasurer and our district officials to present those receipts, to bring forward what all this whole spending was. Because the bottom line is there's a lot of spending in our district that's not fair. And this whole issue stems from that meeting on November 19th. I say that I never went to the Supreme Court. I never did talk to the justice. You know, my sister, she probably filed a complaint. I seen it in their documents. It's the first time I read it. It was dismissed. So the executive board violated the financial policies, their own policy and procedure. And when people requested something to be done immediately as checks to the district president and vice president and their families are outrageous. You look at the amounts of those financial reports. And council, we all get those reports from our districts because we request for it. So we have access to them. It's not like a big old secret thing that we don't, all of a sudden these came out. And me bullying somebody to get them, if that's not the case. Each district, your reports come. And I don't understand how they don't have access to it when they're the check signers, the bank statements come to them. Their report comes from that district up here, and that's what's given to us in our monthly report. So that's a process on getting those financial reports. Okay, so Hobart came out to the meeting we had on November 19th. Hobart and Dean Patton, they followed the process to correct the policy and procedure violations. And the comptroller and Mr. Yankton followed the manual and referred their decisions. I did my job to uphold the laws of the district and the tribe. I did not sign those checks or approve the district executive board line item credit. You know, the district executive boards need to be held accountable. Just like we sit here and we talk about this organization, that organization, and we're trying to hold them financially and accountable. And the district should be held accountable too, because a lot of our people are suffering. My people are suffering. Our elders, they put in a request for medical, they're denied. There's no money, there's no checks. We can't help you. And so we're running, and I'm kind of glad and I appreciate that the tribe could help in some of these cases that are emergency. So as the council representatives, we are held at a higher standard of accountability. And the complaint cited 4126 as their action and the spending were exposed and ultimately suspended that spending. That's the whole bottom line to this, is the exposing our financial report to the people, to our members. And then the council, every request that we do, we get them. We get those reports. So it's not like I'm strong-arming somebody or trying to get reports or pulling them out of thin air. I have those documents. I have the proof, and I attached it to every one of the response I gave to you guys. Okay, so the allegations on Section 19. I've never went to the Supreme Court. I served coming in 14 years here. And I would never interfere with the Supreme Court justice. There was one time that we had a meeting out there, and that was the day that they attended the Law and Order meeting. And I went there late, but the Supreme Court clerk requested to talk to me. So I met her halfway, and her concern was the homeownership title, getting her hot water fixed, and a lot of her own home that needed to be repaired. That's what we discussed. But it seemed like we don't have gag orders on us, or we can't be controlled in if people communicate with us. I think we should be free. We should be open. And we should be honest with the people when they ask questions. And that's the only time I ever communicated with anybody. And if you guys know my sister, she sounds just like me. A lot of times she could call, or if I call, they'll say, oh, is this Minerva? Or if she calls, they'll say, oh, is this Lydia? We both kind of sound alike. So a lot of times we have to identify ourselves. But I've never interfered with that district election. There was a lot of discrepancies, but that was last term. That was last year. That was in 2018. If those concerns and those issues were that important, I don't know why it wasn't brought forward immediately. And I asked the same thing in Law and Order. They were allowed to attend on February 27th, and where I wasn't there, but I don't know what they discussed. It was all in executive, and all I have is the minutes. And that's the only time I ever, talked about our scene being out there and being accused of the Supreme Court. But that was on February 27th. There was a meeting this is Law and Order. The meeting went into executive session at 11:07 a.m. with Consuelo Means, and so the complainants, it says, from the public and Judge Montlow. And then the meeting was out of executive at 11:28. And that's when I entered the meeting. I came in late. So I wasn't even a part. I wasn't even granted granted to sit there and listen to what was brought forward. I didn't know what they brought forward. So that's one thing that I was never a part of in the Law and Order. But they did bring these issues to Law and Order way back in last year, into 2018. Okay, so the allegations of Section 19, and I did attach the proof of the Supreme Court and the Law and Order Secretary minutes, which I have, and it's attached. And Consuelo and Julie attended that Law and Order meeting, and that was all in executive session. And I was late, so I don't know what was discussed, but Law and Order should remember what was discussed. So if this is the issue, and then I'm tried again here, with the same issue brought to Law and Order. Okay, now according to the next violations of the personnel manual and the personnel procedures, I attached to our OST personnel policies and procedures. Okay, under section 1 through 4, it says, except as expressly set forth in this manual shall apply to all employees of the tribe. This manual shall not apply to elected tribal officials, tribal political appointees, and contract tribal attorneys, and members of tribal boards, committees, or commissioners. Persons elected or appointed to make or conduct a special inquiry, investigation, or examination. So the issue with nepotism and my sister being political, or using her, even though she's a political appointee, and she has been my political appointee,
appointee for the past maybe 5 terms that I served. And why now? You know, why today? I mean, why is it brought up as something against me? And everybody, you know, we all know what a political appointee is. And you all have the right and the authority to appoint your own. I have that right too. Okay, so then going down to the allegations of violating a district resolution 1004XB. The district executive violated the Pass Creek District Constitution and bylaws. The district constitution under Article 4, the governing body, Section 3, Constitution and bylaws of the community shall be consistent with the Pass Creek District Council Constitution and bylaws and the Oglala Sioux Tribe Constitution and bylaws. Therefore, all communities of the district shall amend their constitution to be consistent with the Pass Creek District and serving a 2-year term. And said elections will be by secret ballot for the president and vice president of each community. And I attached a copy of our district constitution where it's under Article 4, the governing body, the last sentence, that's where it says that the said elections will be by secret ballot for the president and the vice president of each respective community. It doesn't say nothing about letter of intent and appointing your own, selecting your own and appointing them into those positions. So I voted no to a resolution. However, I did read for the record the violations of the Pass Creek District certification. I questioned the authority of tribal council violating the district constitution by accepting letter of intent certifications, and the district constitution and bylaws is the governance of that district. You know, that's one of the complaints that came forward after all this election discrepancies. And I did attach the Supreme Court ruling on this election discrepancies. The Pass Creek District used 18-149 to run their own election because we have our own election ordinance. However, when it was dropped into the Supreme Court, when the challenges were there, the Supreme Court justice made a ruling using the Oglala Sioux tribal law or the election code, 1814 or whatever the number is. So, you know, there's 2 different, I guess, ruling documents, but one held our district elections, and the other one came forward with their complaint, which using the tribal one. So there was a big discrepancy in our district, and there is a lot of concerns that the people had. And they're still questioning but the council took action on March. March or February, you guys took action to certify our district. I have a right to vote no because I didn't want to violate my district members' right to question the constitution of that district. So I voted no, but, you know, majority rules, it went forward. And then this issue with the financial transactions, like I said, I put the documents in your packet. It's all notarized. And the issue with the request that they were asking, I did give mine to the American Horse School to kind of go forward with helping, I guess, have a big old back to school bash for our kids, our students. And including the students who are not a part of American Horse are a part of the other high schools or the other schools. They were all a part of it. And the help that they gave them was the school had their drawings and authorized them to go to Lake Creek or Lynn's Dakota Mart or Bob's Gas. That's what they awarded the families with. So my youth money went there, and I did give a copy of that to our Mary, jealous of him, so she has a notarized statement in your packet. that these documents were all given to her because I was on travel. Sometimes when I go on travel, I try to answer what they're requesting and give the documents to somebody so that it could be presented. So that part of it, happened with that 7,000. And the request the district had was they wanted to have a powwow, and fund the whole powwow with that 7,000. And a lot of our students, they need clothes, they need shoes, they need things to come back to school and feel good. And I was glad that the school helped us to do this back to school bash, and it turned out really good. That was the largest turnout we had with the highest enrollment for our school. So I'm kind of concerned about this unauthorized charge account at the Dakota Mart too. I looked at it. It seemed like somebody whited somebody's name out and put my name on her. It just bothers me. So I called Robbie when I first got was served with the complaint, and that was a part of the complaint. I called Robbie at Lynn's Dakota Mart. He said, some woman called here and demanded and directed me that I don't give out no kind of information until that bill is paid in full. And he said, I'm not writing no statement for if you're on that or not. So that was a dead end. So I did try to get, I did ask our treasurer if they had control over any like credit or ikazo, because I would never attach my name to an organization and use my name to credit and charge and bill. I would never do that. And I gave you guys the envelope where it was whited out, and then it seems like it was all pieced together. I don't know where that came from, but I know I didn't open no account. And I will never open an account for the district or any other organization. So on the 14th of January, I did talk to Robbie, and he will not respond. Okay, so the HIPAA violation. The violations of HIPAA and breach of confidentiality. The Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996 is a federal law that requires the creation of national standards to protect sensitive patient information from being disclosed without patient consent or knowledge. The documents presented does not have any vital patient information. I don't have no degree of Indian blood or the date of birth or social security numbers or nothing. These are just the reports that was given to us for our monthly treasurer's report. And so that I feel like, and I did attach another a federal HIPAA definition, and I think that's kind of really interesting on how they're looking at the insurance and issues with the HIPAA. But I did attach that in your packet. Okay, so violating or regarding Oglala Sioux Tribal Council resolution regarding that $1 million. The resolution 19202, it states the last, be it further resolved that the Pass Creek District representatives are here requested to present and support passage of this resolution and to table any adverse action necessary for implementation of this resolution. Certification signed by the President and the Secretary of the Oglala Sioux Tribe with a 17 for, 3 against, 1 not voting. And that was at a regular council meeting. Then you go to Resolution 19203. Nowhere in these resolutions states to follow the procurement policy. During that time when we passed that resolution, we were advised, myself, Gary Roos, James Cross, were advised to follow the 2014 tax exempt bond. So you look at these 2 resolutions that came out according to the Allen store, it never even put anything in there on following the procurement. So on October 17th, 2019, at the finance meeting,
The committee approved the purchase and title of the Allen store. And then Finance Committee approved motion to put a design build package contract for Jess Clausen and to move to the October council meeting. On October 30th, there was a motion, 19566, that's in your packet. A month later, all the progress on the Allen store was halted by a motion, 19566. And then the procurement process and the bid out was immediately in place. So I introduced motion 567 to compensate all the work that started to demo the Allen store, but it failed. And then I have supported good legislation regarding the Allen store. However, the district executive board searching in thin air to find fault with me. Documents prove no wrong. I didn't do or violate any laws. However, doing my job for our district members. You know, I brought it forward. I supported it. We never argued. James and I supported the chance, you know, to get this $1 million and build that store down there. And we were in moving forward. And I know you, the district, or the EB&D had issues with contractors complaining about no bidding out, and they weren't given the opportunity. And so then that's when it came back. And the council, you know, you bidded it out. But I have no, you know, I didn't use or I didn't abuse my authority in that. The vote went, it was bidded out. And today, you know, it's progress on it. It's all demolished and clean, but that's as far as we're at down there in Allen.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bearkiller, before you proceed, I have a question from Councilman Jumping Eagle.
So, Lydia, so you're saying you took that to finance and finance approved you to have Jess Clausen do the work?
Mm-hmm. And I attached the minutes.
Okay, and I mean, following procurement standard and everything, right?
Nope.
No?
See, if you read the last packet, the resolutions I put in for this issue, it's the last donut pages behind that HIPAA. (19-2002-03). This is the resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe appropriating the $1 million from the 2014 tax exempt bond for a convenience store in Allen, South Dakota. And then if you go down to the bottom, it was be it further resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby appropriate $1 million from the 2014 tax exempt bond for the development, construction, operation of the convenience store, Allen store, for the Pass Creek District. And with the understanding that these conditions with the store and the building will be owned and operated by the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Nowhere does it say it's going to follow the procurement process on this resolution. The resolution right behind it, 19202, that's what the district executive board brought forward. So then we passed that, and then we attached a resolution on top of that. And then you look at the minutes. The minutes, 19566, that was made by Chauncey and second by Vincent Tulance. And that's what halted everything to go out for a bid. It wasn't by my doing. And I did bring up the 64,000 contract because, and the reason why I think the district was in favor of this is because it would have created some jobs if we had a local contractor from that side. If we had a contractor that would hire our own people, it would have been a good thing to help our people plus build a store. So on October 3rd, you know, that's when we had that finance meeting. And I marked the part where I brought it up. It says, I'll just read you the motion. Listen, the first part says the discussion on the store. And that's when Ms. Sears brought up the bidding process. But the resolution did say nothing about no bidding process or no following the policy and procurement. So the chair of finance recognized my motion. There was a motion made by me, second by Philip Goodcrow, to give the contract to Jess Clausen Company to continue to build the Oglala Sioux Tribal Store in Allen. That's what came out of the finance meeting on October 3rd.
Councilman Jumpanigo? Nothing further? Councilman Wilson?
Lydia, are the finance minutes in here?
Yeah, it's way at the back. Way at the back of your packet before the and then the on
Wait, hold on, I have one more. Councilwoman Sears?
Yes, I was at the finance meeting that day, and I know the minutes are here, but my concern at that time, you know, Lydia, I did tell you that it was a tribal project, it was a tribal store. So I said, we have to follow our procurement process. You know, that was my concern because we're trying to get the best, you know, for less dollars. So I brought that up, but my concern was overlooked and the motion ran anyway. So, you know, I also had a concern because there was no paperwork there, you know, on the contractor. Because Ms. Whitehorse, you know, she says Lydia made a motion to give the contract to, and they said, what's the name? There was no paperwork. So Bear Killer said, I don't even know the name of the company. So, you know, and then Whitehorse says Jess Clausen. But when you look at these things like this, you know, it says that I told you in there too but you're violating our procurement, you know, by approving this, and it still passed. I said, well, it has to go to tribal council anyway. Mm-hmm. So I guess it came to council and I wasn't there, you know. And then I come to the. This is kind of, you know, always my concern is we don't follow the policies, and I always try to point them out and I'm always the bad guy for pointing things out. But I also, you know, read some of the emails here, and one of your comments was, you know, yes, I brought it up yesterday in a committee, but I guess red tape, follow procedures is more important. Yeah. You know, those kind of things that when I read the complaint, and then, you know, when you're handing out the minutes of, you know, for you, but you're not reading the whole thing to the audience, because, you know, it tells a lot in here, but I just want to have the council, you know, you need to read everything, because I think that you know, I wasn't going to say much, but, you know, my name's on here on these finance minutes, and I believe that, you know, if you could answer that, do you believe that we should follow procurement if it's a tribal enterprise?
I always follow the policy. However, you know, when this motion or this resolution came out and it was signed by the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council on September 24th, 2019. Now it's when the council approved that, but nowhere in there does it say that we follow the tribal procurement and policy. Nowhere. It just authorized the $1 million going to the Allen Pass Creek District to build the Allen store for the Oglala Sioux tribe. It doesn't say anything about it. So that 1 month, you know, that's what I'm trying to point out. That 1 month, it came back, and when we had it in finance, it was a design build concept, just like they did the youth center. If you guys ever went to Allen and seen the youth center, it's built pretty good. And it was less than $500,000. You know, and that's what I was thinking, that there would be a lot of savings if it was a design build concept, and it would provide some jobs, maybe it would provide help, but it also wouldn't have took the whole $1 million. So that came back to council with that. I brought the contract for the demolition. I brought the contract for the design bill, but it got pushed aside, and the motion to bid it out happened. And I went along with it. I mean, if that's what council's gonna do and still build our store, it's at least we're getting something, you know?
And our people are appreciative of that. So we followed the policy.
Councilman Greenwald?
I guess, I don't know if mine's more of a comment or what, but I think, just because a resolution doesn't state something in there, doesn't mean that we don't follow the law. And I think that's why the bid process was basically demanded by one of our committees. I believe I was there that day and it passed, that we follow the bid process, because we always want to follow the law. And I don't think that, just because a resolution isn't specific on every little detail, doesn't mean that we don't follow the law, right?
We followed the law. It came back a month later, but we followed the law. Okay, and then the last one is, you know, when we look at this November 19th meeting, when we brought out the finances or the reporting and the presentation to our people, you know, the people came forward, and maybe they're not on council, district council, or, you know, the representatives have to work with everybody and their concerns. And I don't get involved in the district business. You know, they have their meetings, they have, and I report to the district verbally, and a couple of times I did a written report. And I do go to those meetings, as long as I'm notified. And I'm not having another council meeting or a committee meeting, you know, somewhere in the districts, like we have been having meetings like in the evening or whatever. So I do work. I work well with on district council, with the policy and procedures. As what you're saying today, we have to follow them. Well, then every district should follow them. My district should follow them, so that the more people would get help. And this unfairness and this imparity that's going on wouldn't be happening. That's the bottom line here. And I did bring it up, you know, but I allowed the process to happen. The financial management, there's a process in there. But the district, they also have a financial management that they have to follow. And that is where it's been violated. And when people asked us to resolve it, to look at it, you know, that's where I didn't go to a district meeting, but I put up an informational meeting because there was so much stuff going on with our people. And one of the things that I don't shy away from is to address those issues when people have them. I'd respond. I'll try to, you know, find a solution. I'd get right in there. I won't avoid it. And that's why we had this meeting to do my report and to address some of their financial concerns that they had. So that's where I had that meeting on the 19th. And if you look at the minutes of that district, you know, on the November 19th, it's as part of the record. It's old business, new business. This is what was thrown out there. Allocation increase, and they took those line items out of the powwow. How did Lydia and Charmaine get bank statements? Audit from the Pass Creek District, Dean Patton. Lynn's Dakota Mart was started by Lydia, name on bill. I mean, this is what was done in a meeting. The Allen store, $64,000. Well, has my name, Lydia, $64,000 from the million to pay her family members and Steve Clausen. I don't know who Steve Clausen is. And Lydia promised Julie Ireland a home, and Harold and Annie Mae Brown Bear water and wood. Lydia never gave funds or reports since July 18, and to suspend Lydia. You know, this is a district meeting that I was not aware of. And because I was at the CAP office trying to set up this informational meeting as well. So these are the minutes that goes on with our district. And then the election, you know, the election happened last year. And if you look at your documents, there's a page in there where the district sat down and the community chairmen, they made it in January. they made an issue with the treasurer and comptroller that instead not saying that there's no money and people are suffering out there, they made a decision that we, the Pass Creek District Council, are requesting that the request from Allen Service Center be signed by the community chairs, vouchered, and then sent to Pine Ridge so that checks can be processed using the Pass Creek District allocation money so that we can help our community members with medical appointments and emergencies. And it was signed by all the community chairmen. And that was done January 17, 2019. And that was because of the elections was in court and, you know, the issues that was going on with our election, that our money, our allocations were suspended. And I had no part of suspending that. And then I also have in there the memorandum that was given me August 22, 2018. I mean, this is all last year. And Mary jealous of him as our office manager, and she wrote a statement. So like whenever the districts ask for something or whenever they need something, a lot of times I make copies and I leave it for their box. They have communities all have a box and the chairman has a box. So we put them in there. And this is the reason why our office manager notarized this statement. That I don't just, not respond. Maybe it's not at the district meeting, but, sometimes when these district meetings are held at the same time, it's kind of hard to be at this meeting and that meeting. So, the Oglala Sioux tribe, the Oglala Sioux tribal constitution and the district constitution both state that we have to uphold the laws, and the financial management is a law. And to hold these organizations are, the accountability, the transparency of our people's money. And if there's people out there that are coming to, like they came to me about no money for their cancer appointments, their needs, that's kind of hard, to not respond and try to find a solution for them. So in closing, I have answered each allegation with the documents attached. The allegations, alleged complaints are from last administration. The district has its governance to serve the members of Pass Creek District. I took an oath of office to protect the general welfare of the tribe, including the members who elected me into office. I took an oath to promise and uphold resolutions, ordinances of the tribe. And I made every effort to attend district meetings and make my reports, unless I am on travel for the tribe. The district council meetings are called the same day. There's a hardship for members to attend those meetings and to be heard, as well as a hardship for us when they're called the same day. If the district executive board followed the policy and procedures and transparency and accountability, the tribe would not be suspending our allocations. The community chairmen, the people requested and demanded accountability of their allocation. And I have included the findings and the order from the Supreme Court to acknowledge the discrepancies of challenge votes during the election, including the judge and teller. I have not violated Section 19 in any way, including the notarized minutes of a meeting. I held an informational meeting on November 19, 2019. If the district council held a meeting on that day, I have no control over their decisions. I wasn't even afforded a letter of their suspension with the minutes, nothing. So the motion to suspend me, I was not afforded that due process. The people came forward to tell their stories the night we had that educational meeting. And then there was another incident where we set up where the fifth member came in to present on the marijuana, recreational, and medical. And the district, the people was all there. All of us was there. I came to the meeting to do a report. And the executive board held a meeting at another location. So our people just sat there, but we gave the fifth member the respect to present those issues that he brought for the district. So the people heard it. So the executive board states 4126, I have not committed any crimes, no corrupt conduct, no gross incompetence, no malfeasance or misdemeanor. I did my job working for the people and enjoy my work. And I worked with the district councils and did my reports, oral and written. So in my defense, I provided documents to each allegation. And that's what they gave me, was the allegations that they notarized. All this other stuff that came out today, there's no proof. It's just statements that were made. And if those are to be responded to, they need to give me time. Those should have been along with their complaint they filed on me, but they weren't. It's just all verbal hearsay today. So I'm asking you to dismiss the impeachment complaint. And I do have, if the council, I asked the comptroller and the treasurer, on this process that we took. We put it together, and we asked them to come down and, look at, because these accusations and these verbal statements are really out there in the public today. So I asked the treasurer, if you guys want to hear from them on the process and the violations that happened and the time that they were given and afforded to turn in receipts for their questions, which I was told at that last day that there was nothing turned in. Should those have been done, our finances wouldn't have been suspended. So this whole thing boils down to this accountability and the use and the misuse and the unfairness on who gets the district allocation, the bigger share of the district allocation. And I think our people have a right. And you and me, we have to follow that manual. We have to follow those policies and hold, no matter what level, we need to be accountable. And that's what this whole thing is on. So I attached all the, what was presented, the back end of where the Dakota Mart paper is, right behind there. Those signatures, I don't know whose those are. I can't even read them. But that's not my account. And if it says Pass Creek District, I don't go making accounts or credit on the district. I don't think any of us would ever do that. So this election issue, that was 10 months into this administration. We're into the second year, and then the complaint comes from all last year. And we do have the minutes, the minutes on the discrepancies of that election. It's in your packet. So I would like to call, if you guys want to hear from the treasurer and the comptroller, and I even asked Charmaine to be on her because she was a part of, like she said, last administration. She was a part of that. So those minutes are in here, and it's notarized. And she don't have to make if you don't feel like she should because of the concerns they brought on Mr. Cross. It's up to the council if you want to hear from her. Well, all those minutes are in here, and it was notarized by our facility manager, Mr. Duke or Debray, and that's in our packet. So on 12/3/18, this is the election. The Pass Creek District Council chairs made a motion for Charmaine Shotwith-Arrows to finish the meeting due to misconduct of the president and the vice president. There was no motion to adjourn, and the special meeting held on 12/3, so therefore the meeting was still in session. So there was no meeting, nobody made the motion to adjourn that meeting, and it's notarized minutes. And I think this is where the issue with the election and me being accused of getting involved, I have nothing to do with that. But the minutes are in front of you.
The meeting called to order at 10:19 a.m. and Lionel Yellowhawk said the opening prayer. And election judge was there. And I think the communities all had the issue of how did they confirm those challenge votes. There was 20 challenge votes out there that was unsealed. They weren't in an envelope. They brought it up to the election commission, and the election commission refused because they didn't run our district election. And then so they brought it to the enrollment office, and enrollment office refused due to the fact that they're not in sealed envelopes. It was just the ballots that was brought forward. So that was the issue. So, and then the chairman, when they approved her to chair that meeting, there was a motion made by Teresa Wolenhorst to suspend Consuelo Means and Julie Badman for misconduct. And that was voted by all the community chairmen except one. And then Elaine Martinez made a motion to accept Minerva Bearkiller's letter of complaint. And then Teresa Wolenhorst seconded it. And all four of the community chairmen approved that. Teresa made a motion to hold a new election for Pass Creek for president and vice, second by Elaine Martinez. And there was 4-4 at that meeting. 4-4 and 1 absent. Teresa also made a motion to suspend all the funds until the election is settled. And there was 4 of the community chairmen voting yes. Elaine made a motion to do a full detailed financial report from Consuelo Means, second by Teresa Wolenhorst. And that was 4, 1 absent. 4-4, 1 absent. Teresa Wolenhorst made a motion to accept all complaints on the election. And this is where they seated the vice president of North Community because they're talking about the accepting those complaints. So Wilma Shawatero sat in as the vice president of North Community. And so there was no conflict there. And the vote was 4-4 and 1 absent. Elaine Martinez made a motion to stop all executive meetings from being conducted, second by Teresa. 4 communities yes, 1 absent. And then Elaine made the motion to adjourn. It was 4 yes and 1 absent. You know, these were given to me in terms of our election, and these community chairmen wanted these addressed. So, you know, I took an oath of office to represent the people and in the best interest of our people. So I came forward to try to find solutions with them. And maybe that's why this executive board or the president and vice say that there's no communication or there's no working together. But if you don't want to hear the issues, I don't know how I can make people work together. Because our people are smart out there. They know. They know what's going on. And it always comes out. So I bring forward to you, and then I have, I even attached Hobart's, Dean Patton's reports. If you guys want them to attest to what I submitted as documents, or we could ask them to come in.
Chair.
Councilman Greenwald.
So Lydia, what I was gonna say is that, if you think you want us to hear from them, then you should just ask, because that's up to you if you want them to come testify for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll call them down there, because that is your right. I was just clarifying that with the attorney, to present them as witnesses to.
Yep.
So, do we have any other questions from tribal council, or waiting for those 2 witnesses to come forth?
Do you want to speak or not?
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and allow them time to. 16:44, so we'll come back here at 16:49, please.
Who? Yeah. He knows though. He said he'll come down. What are you guys doing? I'm not done yet. Huh? Huh? What? We could go outside. Oh, you wanna go smoke? Yeah. All right, well, they are. I still have the floor though. Oh.
Okay, Tribal Council, at this time, Councilwoman Bear Killer asked for some witnesses. So I don't know who you want to go for. Mr. Patton? Turn the mic.
Good evening, Tribal Council. I guess I was asked to come down here this evening to be a witness, to provide testimony on, I guess, the suspension of district allocation dollars. So I guess I'm here to provide my report on the suspension of Pass Creek district allocation funds to the district. Previously, what I did, and I've heard it on the radio, that this is the second time that I suspended the district's allocation dollars. First time I suspended them was because of severe noncompliance with their personnel policies and procedures. According to the Financial Management Manual, it gives the comptroller the authority to, I guess, do compliance reviews and, if needed, suspend funds if needed. So what I did is, with the current administration at Pass Creek District, when they first got elected, I did go out there and meet with them. I did let them know at the time that, yes, because of the last suspension of funds, you definitely need to revise your policies and procedures. And let me take a look at them. But keep in mind, at the same time, is when we do another compliance review at the district level, only thing we look at is your financial policies and procedures to make sure you're in compliance with your own policies. So with that in mind, leading up to my review or whatever, I was asked several times to attend meetings at Pass Creek District. But to be, I guess, fair to both parties, I sent the district service center supervisor at the time to attend the meetings. I wanted to send him so I could remain neutral in this whole process here. So whenever we selected a district service center manager, I went through him of how to, I guess, do a compliance review. So he's the one that actually went out and he actually did the compliance review from documents that they brought into his office. I had no part in it. He tested so many documents from the past 3 months, and when he was completed, he did provide me a report of his findings of non-compliance issues. And in my report, as required by ordinance, I did inform the president and the treasurer. I'm pretty sure you might have that report in your packet. When I did issue my report, I actually quoted the policy, the ordinances of why I guess I have the authority to suspend funds. So with that report, I did, again, issue it to the president. I did issue it to the treasurer. I did CC the executive board. And I did CC Hobart Yankton, the service center supervisor. And in there, I don't know if you want me to read it or whatever, but it kind of outlines of why I made the decision to suspend their district allocation dollars. What the main reason is because of the, I guess, excessive noncompliance of their financial policies and procedures at the district. We ran into, during the testing, his report indicated basically you're not following procedures. In there, you have communities, presidents should have approved documents for assistance. On a lot of occasions, that didn't happen. There was no receipts attached to a lot of the documents. So anyway, with all that in mind, that's why I made a decision to suspend the dollars. I mean, the district allocation dollars. Prior to that, 2 weeks prior to that, I did a memo to the service center supervisor for him to inform all the 9 districts of this compliance review that's going to be happening, to get your records in order, get your documents in order, because we will be doing our compliance reviews. Currently, we completed 4 of them. 2 of them has been suspended. I still need to issue a report on 2 other ones. But again, you know, in my opinion, we all want accountability even at the district level, tribal level. I mean, as a comptroller, I guess that's my duties to assure that with federal funds. And you, the tribal council, with this in their policies and procedures of the tribe, you want to bring accountability also. That's why you put the comptroller in there to do these compliance reviews. So, like I said, going to meetings or whatever, I wanted to stay neutral. I didn't want to attend them. I do hear a lot of stuff, but when we did the testing, I let the service center manager know the documents that were provided to us with whatever, I said, I don't care about those. We're only going to look at documents that we want to test. And that's our way of staying neutral with whatever was provided. So we didn't even look at any documents that was provided to us. But based on our test, I think we tested 30 documents, and that's how we come up with the suspension allocation dollars. But even with that in mind, I put a part in my letter where to not disrupt services at the districts, I put a procedure in place so the dollars could come to the tribe. We could issue a check to whoever needs assistance, and then it will go back out to the district for whoever needed that assistance. And we have been doing that recently, so that was my biggest thing. I did not want to interrupt services at the district for individuals who needed whatever. So, but prior to all this, yes, I did inform the districts what's going to happen. The treasurer, I visited with the treasurer. I know I visited with finance committee. We was wanting to put the district government's expenditures in our audits, but I recommended at the time no until we get our compliance reviews done. So because we didn't want to have a adverse audit in the tribe's audit. We worked so hard to get a qualified opinion. So, but that's basically what I guess I wanted to report to tribal council. Why I assume I was here to testify or as a witness. So if any questions, I sure could.
Councilwoman Little Hawk Weston?
I guess my question to Dean is, when you're testing certain documents within the district, you know, I guess maybe you could just clarify this for us. You know, the casino, Prairie Winds, gives monthly allocations to the 9 districts. Monthly allocations, funds that come from the Prairie Wind Casino. You made a statement just now about federal funds. So I'm kind of thinking in the districts, we get reimbursements back on Title 19.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when you're testing these documents, are you pulling Title 19 documents? Are you pulling allocation documents? Because there's a difference there. So I think you need to clarify that because all of our 9 districts are listening. And I think some of us kind of know that when we give allocations to the districts, that's coming from our casino.
Right.
And so how are you testing? Which documents are you, which side are you testing?
When we do the testing, we just randomly select documents. And if it is Title 19 dollars, we look at the policy with all the expenditures because we know Title 19, we issue the funds and we're expected a receipt back to the district. Okay, there's on occasions where no receipt is turned back to the district, okay? So with that in mind, a few of the districts has in their policies, if that is happening, that individual will not receive a with the district, whatever it says in there. And that's all we do the checklist on. That's all Hobart does the checklist on is that. We don't try to read anything into it, nothing, we just look at the policies.
But you probably need to clarify, what is the federal dollars that the districts get?
What I mentioned, when I threw federal dollars out there, I mentioned you hired me as a comptroller to assure your federal dollars are basically in compliance with their contracts or grants.
But that would be with programs,
Yes,
not with districts.
but in your policies, the comptroller still has that, you gave the comptroller that authority to suspend dollars if it's not out of compliance, if it's out of
So
compliance.
it's written in the financial management manual.
Yes, it is.
So if the council decides, or the finance committee decides, they could review that and make sure that if it's not federal dollars, then we shouldn't have that in there. But today, if it's written in there, we need to review that because it's not federal dollars. Districts don't get federal money. They get district allocations coming from the casino. And so basically, what we're doing is, if it's a tribal policy that we passed as council, that's what you're carrying out, right? That's what you're carrying out, right, Dean?
Yes.
Through tribal policy. Okay.
Okay, let me add on
Just
to that.
clarifying that,
Let
because
me-
I want us to understand there's a difference between the allocation and the Title 19. Title 19 comes from the state. So that's a reimbursement on Medicare, Medicaid dollars. So when they send someone outside to an appointment, they have to fill out a form and then they take copy of their Medicaid or Medicare card. Then the district has to send that in and the districts get reimbursed back for Title 19. That's a state funded. So that's why I'm trying to make sure that when you're telling us this, you're pulling documents either on the Title 19 or the district allocations. That's why we gotta make sure.
Can I clarify that?
Yes.
Okay, keep in mind, Title 19 originates from district allocation dollars. We give them the money to go. They submit the reports, so it's originally labeled district allocation dollars. And for what you're talking about on the monitoring part, in our policies at section 27302, district government monitoring procedures. To assure the established internal control procedures are enforced at the district governments, the Oglala Sioux Tribe requires the monitoring reviews be conducted on an annual basis. It also states that the district governments must approve financial policies. So again, that gives us the authority to have that oversight over them.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sears?
Yeah, Dean, you know, what do you go by? Which financial management? Because there's the tribal one and then there's the district one. You have them develop their own to follow. So which one are you having them to comply with?
Okay, that's a good question. First of all, I look at ours, the OST Financial Management Manual, which I just read, you know, that requires them to follow, to have this stuff in place, okay? So with this as our ordinance, that gives us, or the comptroller, the authority to go and look at their district financial policies and procedures, okay? So that's where, I gotta look at both places. First of all, ours, I gotta make sure they're abiding by our ordinance, what I just read here, okay? So they gotta have policies in place. Then I go and look at their policies, that's what I test the documents against.
Okay, in that sense, whenever you do find non-compliance, what's the process to report it? You know, you said you sent letters to the president and to various places. What area do you report? Because according to our financial management, there's a process, but according to theirs, there's also processes. So to me, it's conflicting because if you know the district is developing their policy and they're trying to follow it, then it conflicts with the tribes. You know what I'm saying?
I
Because
understand.
whenever their policy here states that the comptroller would submit a written report to the tribal council finance committee with copies provided to the executive committee, district of executive committee. And I don't know if that process happened. And then they have another process, a level 2, partial reimbursements and then with non-compliance also. And then it goes to the same level. And then for recommendation for suspension and reimbursement, there's a level 3. So, those are you following that one?
And
Or,
that's at their district level. So again, two things here. Now at the tribal level, I'm going to read this here, okay? This suspension is in accordance with the OST Financial Management Sections 22-106, 6.44. With proper notification to the president and the treasurer, the comptroller should have the authority to take whatever action necessary, including program sanctions, temporary freezing funds, temporary suspending program operations, when this ordinance and other financial policies are found to be violated. Well, other policies found to be violated, okay? District policies were found to be violated. So I gave the treasurer and the president proper notification of this.
I think that, we went through this with our district too. We were told, our district was told to, develop their policy to follow.
Right.
So that's, to me, there's a confliction there. So that's why I'm kind of trying to see where did the executive board follow their policy or do they follow the tribes?
They follow theirs, but what I just read, it gives us the authority to whatever's violated, but at the same time, I want to throw this out there where in a finance committee meeting, finance committee requested that we come up with the uniform policies and procedures, what we have, what we were supposed to come back to finance committee with, which we didn't come back. So that's where this came from.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Whitehorse?
I don't know, this is like off on a whole separate tangent, but it was all requested by Finance Committee. Last term, we started this. When we passed the org chart, when we passed the personnel policy and procedure, we recommend that Dean hire the district service center supervisor to do these reviews. And they're just now coming back. And then at the beginning of that term, and you were both on it, right? We requested that a unified procedure go out because some districts didn't have policies at all. So that's where Dean and Hobart, and then back then it was one of the people in the executive director's office. He made a uniform policy and went around, and the districts didn't want it. Remember that? They didn't want it, so then we allowed the districts to come up with their own policies. And they were supposed to bring those back with Dean and Hobart, but we just got our service center supervisor. And then they're doing 3 districts at a time. They're pulling 3 random months, and then they're going to bring those findings back to finance, but they're not done with all 3 districts yet.
We did 4 districts, we suspended 2 based on the report, yeah.
Okay. Well, then those should come back to finance committee, because they haven't yet. None of them. That's why I assumed you hadn't finished the 3 yet.
Yeah, so anyway, based on the current policy, sorry.
So did you see the report that's in the? Yeah, it's not that great, but I think that we need to get back to the complaint here.
Thank you. Councilman Wilson?
I guess I was just gonna get point of order back on actually, this is Lydia's witness to get, that sounds like some finance issues.
Right.
We're here to.
Right. So you'll have a chance after she's done. So right now she's giving her witnesses. Councilman Jumping Eagle?
So I think what we need to hear from Dean is, did Lydia send you out there to do this? I mean, did she interfere in that process of the allocations being suspended?
Okay, that's a good question. No. As I stated earlier, Finance Committee requested that we get out and get these compliance reviews done.
Okay.
I issued a letter saying we're coming, and we went.
Okay, so, thank you.
Okay, that's all the questions for this witness? Okay, you're excused. Councilwoman Bearkiller, do you have any further witnesses?
Yeah, I called Mason, and I wanted to clarify this tax exempt bond, and I asked Mason to clarify that.
Treasurer Bearkiller?
Okay, so There's a tax exempt bond we did back in 2014. A lot of districts got some money. I was just talking with Ryan about the skate park that Medicine Road got. So the questions were on the procurement, right? When we did those bonds, when it was a district business or whatnot, it didn't go through the procurement policy. And, you know, the districts did their bids, did whatever they did, and it's still happening now. We have one, I think our Walk Bomney still has 100,000. It's not going through the policy procurement. It is? Okay. So I haven't seen that yet, but that's the only project that's gonna be doing that. That and the current one with the store. We actually took back the store portion with the finance committee and the council only approving us to do the bidding process for the construction and then the demo. We did the demo. Ghost Bear won the contract. They're going to go ahead and do the, they did the demo. I went cruised by there, it's done. I think, Gary's not here, but I know that's getting ready to be paid out. We did the contract. So the next thing is the architectural for the building, property supply, and myself. You guys did that in finance, I think, or one of the committees. So we're doing that again, following tribal policy. Then as soon as we get that, then we'll bid out the store construction project.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for the treasurer? Councilman Wilson?
Is this project considered a district project or a tribal project?
It's considered a tribal project now.
Okay, and I guess that'd be my question on back in 2014, was any of the other projects tribal projects?
No, they're all district projects.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the treasurer?
Is that it?
Councilwoman Bearkiller, is that everything? Councilwoman Little Hawk Weston?
Well, I guess I just want to clarify, I guess, to Mason, now that you said that it was a tribal project, then I think the tribal council said, well, we're going to do RFP, the design of the project, and that's what we did. And I think you attached the minutes in here, Lydia. So I think that day, I think we did have to kind of basically, I'm going to try to say it in a good way, Lydia, but we had to try to make you understand that we had to follow RFP. And I think that some of us council here, you know, we went round and round, but we ended up where we passed it. And so it got passed according to the minutes that we're going to RFP the tribal project of Pass Creek, Allen's store. And so that's where it went. And so I think in the past, the bids were not followed like that, RFP, but this is a tribal project. And so that's the reason why I think some of us voted that way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have
Well,
anything
but the
further?
point about that is, when it first came out, we said, it's like the $1 million that came out for every district. And we didn't even have to follow anything. So when the resolution went, that wasn't attached at the therefore be it resolved. That's just the point I was making. But the council did approve it and it's going. I have no, problems against it. It's being used against me. That's why I'm bringing it up. It's used against me like it was something that I pushed or that money was just for me or something. But my next witness, I'm calling Cedric Young Bear.
Sir, please, before you begin, state your name for the record. Thank you. No, you can't object. You can't object. You hold on, you'll have your time to speak.
I'm not here as an attorney. I'm here to give you some information concerning Section 19 that's being alleged against Lydia Bearkiller.
Well, hold on.
Is he serving as a witness?
I'm a witness.
What?
So,
About the allegation about any.
right, so I guess just speak on to how she didn't violate.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Well, good evening, council. I know you're tired and you've been at this all day, so I commend you. All I'm gonna say for the record is at no time during that case that was in process in front of the Supreme Court did I ever observe Lydia Bear Killer try to influence a Supreme Court justice, or at the trial that was held in front of the Supreme Court justice that she got in front of them and testified on behalf of somebody. I haven't heard anything sitting here today that tells me that that ever happened. If that happened, then that's Section 19. We all know that. But it's not in front of you. Hechetuelo. Midakiase.
Oh, Wopila. Councilwoman Bear Killer, do you have any further witnesses? And I asked that you state your name for the record and keep your comments or whatever to your personal knowledge onto why she shouldn't be impeached.
Yes, well, I'm not here
Or why she didn't
to
violate the crime.
impeach her.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
My name is Betty Fastwolf. I'm from the Oglala district. I'm a secretary for my community, the Oglala Junior community. And I've known Lydia for a few years, couple years maybe. Really not personally, but by her character. And as a council representative, not only to her district, but to this tribe. There was quite a few times that myself, my family, and a few other district members of Oglala had to reach out to her because of our own negligence, I guess, in our district. We have only one council rep out there that supports us, and I'm proud to say her name is Valerie Janice. But Lydia, a few families in Oglala district we uphold her because, of her positive, powerful leadership as a representative to this people, this tribe. And I'm not here to step on anybody's toes or hurt anybody's feelings, but, there was some Bible scriptures read today in this circle. And, I pray too. I pray in the Inipi. I pray with the pipe. I pray for all of you, our people. And it should be from your hearts when you make your decision today on Lydia. But like I said, I'm here to support her. And it really saddened me when I heard about her suspension. I hope that your decision today is from your heart. And I thank you for giving me the time to speak on Lydia's behalf.
Wopila for that. Councilwoman Bear Killer, do you have any other witnesses?
I guess I asked Cedric, and I put in the Supreme Court order in here, but his attestament is that he was hired by the other party, and he represented them in court. I had nothing to do with that. They hired their own attorney as the, like she said, the Supreme Court order came out with appellants and respondent, and so the appellants hired Mr. Youngbear. So I had nothing to do with interfering or Section 19 or none of it. I was even in any of those hearings that happened. I don't know. I wasn't a part of it, so I don't know why it's used against me like I violated Section 19. So that's the reason why I asked him to come up. But the last one I have is my sister. Did you still want to speak? A couple minutes?
Good evening. La Colia
we are still much of. And Haskay Chetaish eto swallow much of. Atu has so chiab, honey, opo wash chamuka. My Indian name is Wiawashte, and my English name is Ethoswallow. And most of you know me because I worked with all of you. I worked with the tribe for 32 years. One in Porcupine when I was very young as a bus driver for Head Start. Then I came to CHRs, worked with them for a long time. And then I worked with the youth shelters. And I'm proudly can say I still have a youth shelter open in Kaya, which I volunteer. I'm retired now, but I volunteer for that. And tonight, as I'm sitting here listening, or today, I hear the accusations of my sister. And I've never argued with my sisters. We were taught. I'm the oldest one of all of them. And we were taught to respect one another and to teach our children who they are related to. And I have 3 sisters. Darlene Bear Killer, Minerva Bear Killer, Lydia Bear Killer, and I myself was a bear killer. But I got married to a swallow. But he passed away 11 years ago. Never once did I argue with my sisters. I did fight with my little sister Darlene when we were small, but my mom spanked us with a thong. She told us never to ever fight. So we never did fight after that. And I've never argued with them. I've always respected them. They've always treated me with respect too. My dad passed away 28 years ago. The last words he told us was to keep our family together and to let our children know who their relations are. And I hear nepotism. And it was my son. I moved to Chadron for 15, 16 years. I lived off the reservation. We came back in. I raised my children over there. We came back in. My 3rd son would meet some girls and he'd bring them back. Mom, I met this girl. And I'd ask him, who's mom? Who's their dad? And he'll tell me. And I tell him, they're related to you on my side, or they're related to you on your dad's side. Finally, he got mad. I'm going off the reservation and marry somebody else because everybody's related to me. That's the way it is with all of us. This nepotism, somehow we have to maybe put another word in it. Because in our culture, we are all related. One way or the other, I look around and I could see who's related to who. And I could see whose family is who, come from where, what family. That's how I was raised. And so I know. And so this nepotism, if my sister applied for a job, my sister Minerva applied for a job, I don't think my other sister Lydia ever interfered. Because I can say that my son was sent to a hospital, and I asked her a long time ago, who can I talk to, who can I go to? And since she started referring me to different, she told me she couldn't help because I was her sister. So I had to call around and get help. So I was all the way in Sioux Falls. my son was in ICU. So I know how my sister works. And she's always helping people. And my dad was that way too. My dad was always helping people. And sometimes he gives it, he works on cars. And sometimes he doesn't charge to fix those cars. He always says, you get your blessings from above. Or you'll get your blessings in some other way. And he's always helping. And that's how he was taught us. And that's what I do too. I work with the youth.
Ma'am, can I ask you to just keep it on the subject of the complaint,
Yes.
please?
So this is how I'm asking you tonight to make your decisions from your heart for my sister. I know she's always been honest, and I've been listening to the council meetings on radio. So when you make your decisions, let it come from your heart and really see who the person is that's representing Allen District. Because the people voted her in. Yes.
Councilwoman Bear-Killer?
Well, I guess as far as presenting, I'd like to ask the council, before you deliberate and go into your, to talk about the documents and everything that's presented, if you have any questions on the allegations on me, I'd like to answer it before you guys go into deliberation and make your decision. Because the Constitution, if you read the Constitution, there's every powers of the council does give us that authority, and really to work for our people. And everything that came up in front of us today is from the people. They need a voice. They need to be heard. They need to be serviced. They need help. And that's where I took the oath, to help those people.
Councilman Jumper Eagle?
I think as we went along, I think we asked all the questions. I mean, you know what I mean? Everything she brought up, all the allegations, each one, we had questions. So I think
She does have an opportunity to finish if you touched on everything that you needed to touch on.
Yeah, that's why I stuck on the complaint, the alleged complaint that was on me.
Right.
And I produced every document for that. And that's why I'm saying, if there's any questions on the document, and then I'd like to know before you guys go into deliberation.
I do. Councilman Wilson?
I do, but it's probably not for Lydia. I think it's imperative to know the other name that was whited out on the, if there was a name. That's why I think it was. That's why Lydia don't know. I'm guessing maybe that.
Yeah, I'm going to bring them up as soon as she's done.
The only thing that I know about that is when Mr. Waters was the president, he must have opened that account. Because at the end there was a court issue, and then Ms. Holly Quinn was ruled in the court as the district chair. She won the complaint against Mr. Waters. Okay, but at that time, Mr. Robbie Dakota Mart gave me a bill. And he said, you're representing Pass Creek. You need to take this bill and get it paid for. So what I did was I brought that bill back and I gave it to the president, Holly Quinn.
Right, you said that, but I was just wondering, was there a name, when you took that bill, do you know if there was a name?
Nope.
Name on it, on that bill? Because it looks like somebody whited another name out or something, but that's why I was, but we can ask them when they get it.
Okay.
When Consuela and them get up. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I knew I was supposed to wait, but I just thought that we would object to what Mason and Dean said because we didn't even get a chance to answer the paper that they gave us for suspension. We didn't even get a right of response.
Right, so those, I mean, now we're in the rebuttal process, so you can't interject or you
Okay,
can't
well, I'm just saying
object,
that, and-
but this is your time to rebut what was already
Okay.
said.
And the other thing is, when she would always say, you know, what the Constitution and bylaw says, we need to follow it, okay? So we do. But when she had her informational meeting, it was all about the policies. But if you look at the job description and the bylaws, they match up for all the people that work in the CAP office and also the district council, the executive board. But if you look at the policies, it conflicts with it, so they cancel each other out. Because in the policies, if we want to, you know, get down to it, we're not liable for any of this, because in the policies, it's up to the district service center manager to oversee all of this and the office manager to file. And in the policies, the data clerk really does nothing but run the check. But in the job description and the bylaws for our district, the data clerk does everything. You know, when all this came out, I sat there and read it all. So it's like we have to go with one or the other, or we have to correct one because they conflict with each other.
I guess just in a closing, I would just, you know, we came here like I said in my opening statement or comments and stuff that I did read to you guys. You know, we should have never have gotten this far in the district. You know, as you guys are voted in, you guys work with your council. That's how it's supposed to be. You know that, and like I said in the opening, it should have been like that. It should have stayed the same way. We always have, and like I said in the past, this has happened before, and it's been. Like it's been brought to court, same thing happened, you know. We're here again. So I just, you know, that's just my closing that I want to say, and just, you know, keep an open mind of what, you know, like they said, you know, you guys got all the evidence. We gave you guys everything. She gave you guys evidence. She had witnesses. We didn't have witnesses because my main witness was my treasurer. And like I said, she's not here, and there was another person that I did have on there, but, you know, they don't want to come, but it's fine, you know, because we did it as a district council. Me and my vice didn't bring this complaint by ourselves. So that's all I want to say. So we are all together in it when we did it. So thank you.
Questions from tribal council? Councilman Wilson.
I do, thank you. Back to this Lynn's Dakota Mart, and Miss Whitehorse asked, and I think a couple other people have asked, is that it looks like there was another name that's been whited out. I guess, who was it and why was the name whited out?
Okay, I will clarify that. There is another name on there, but the person that we had when we did all this, when we did this compiling, there's no other thing that attached her to it. So I don't think that we feel that we don't need to present that name. And there was 2 names on there. But like I said, anything on that bill, we didn't. I mean, she's nowhere in our complaint. There's nowhere that she wrote a statement, nothing. So, I mean, that we felt that we shouldn't say her name, but if you...
So my question is, how do you know that other person wasn't the one charging the bill instead of Lydia?
Yeah, I got the full thing, and if you guys wanted that, I could have bring that, but I didn't even think of that because I didn't even get all the signatures and stuff until afterwards. So I do have it, but I don't have it in my bag. I mean, I have a binder that I keep everything in, and I didn't bring that binder, but yeah.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Whitehorse.
I just have one question. One of the findings in that district review or whatever Dean and Hobart did was that there was no minutes on file. Why would there be no minutes on file?
There was minutes attached, and to answer your question, up to this day, I have never received that letter. It never came to me. Like I said, she was there. I was on the road to Black Friday, and my vice was there. She's the one who received it. She still has it, and I honestly, I have not seen that paper yet. It has not physically came to my hands, so I can't answer anything on there. And there was a couple minutes attached, and then I don't know, like I said, the binders were, Mason and them or Dean was talking about, and our district was supposed to bring the binders to Hobart. Hobart got them. But in the other cases, they went out to the districts and they looked at it. And if you guys look at the policy of that, those binders cannot leave the CAP offices. You are supposed to legally, whoever's gonna do it should be doing it at the CAP office. This information has been kept with the janitor or the district service center manager. He still has it, he still has everything, and we haven't, he has the binders. They haven't been returned back to the data clerk. And if you talking about policies, they're supposed to stay with the data clerk. And so, I don't know. Based on that, that's all that I know. I haven't received the letter, and I know there was a few minutes attached to some of them. And we didn't even get to see nothing. So, obviously some other ones got to see what was in there because it was all over the district.
So, no, you don't have the minutes at the CAP office then? They're all here at the tribe?
The ones that we do, the only minutes that the CAP office doesn't have are since the November 19th, I think it is, from there on, and we haven't even had another district meeting since the December 10th one. That again, we had the CAP office reserved, but those are the only 2 minutes that we don't have, and the data clerk has. We always turn in the minutes. The minutes are always there. They're always signed, and like she said, there's boxes there, so they go in the boxes in the office of the CAP.
Okay, so I just asked because I just found it a little weird that was one of the findings, that there was no minutes to check the checks to for any approvals.
Councilwoman Merdanian?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. First of all, the financial issue has been an ongoing issue from last administration as well. It's not a current issue. We all know that, except for the new people who are hearing it now. Second of all, according to our financial management manual, there should have been a completion of a semi-annual monitoring review of the OST compliance with the treasurer, the comptroller, the district president, and the facilities manager. So semi-annual is every 6 months, and that didn't happen. You're supposed to receive a corrective action plan in regards to any of those findings. That hasn't happened. And according to our financial management manual in item 6, is that district governments have an annual audit conducted that is separate from the Oglala Sioux Tribe's audit. So when we say that, in that separate audit, it's going by your policies. So with that, that needs to be clarified for the record as well.
Thank you. Anything further from tribal council? Do you have anything in closing? No, I think we're done. Okay. So at this time, we'll go into executive session. I'll call us into executive session at 17:49. Okay, tribal, are we on record good? Okay, tribal council, I brought us out of executive session. I'm gonna call us back into order at 19:10. At this time, I'm gonna turn the microphone over to the attorney.
Thank you. The ordinance number 4126 again states that any officer or member of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council may be liable for impeachment for crimes, corrupt conduct, gross incompetency, malfeasance, or misdemeanor in office. Again, this ordinance does not include the definitions for these, so we look to Black's Law Dictionary. The definitions that I've shared with the council are corrupt conduct, conduct that might or actually does adversely affect the honest and impartial exercise of official functions by a public official. Gross incompetency. Incompetence is the quality, state, or condition of being unable or unqualified to do something. Gross is the measurement, and it is conspicuous by reason of size or other attention-getting qualities. Malfeasance. Malfeasance is a wrongful, unlawful, or dishonest act, especially wrongdoing or misconduct by a public official. Related definitions: misfeasance in public office. Misfeasance in public office is the tort of excessive, malicious, or negligent exercise of statutory powers by a public official. Also related, abuse of public office, a public servant's tortious or criminal use of governmental position for private gain.
Okay, tribal council. Councilwoman Sears.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we, my motion is to impeach Ms. Lydia Bearkiller on the violation of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council resolution regarding $1 million for the tribal enterprise for the Allen store. And with that, with the corrupt conduct of according to the impeachment complaint, and also malfeasance. So that's my motion.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor. Second by Councilman Gibbons. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Inks,
No.
Garfield Apple,
No.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
James Cross, Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Here.
Jackie Sears, Vincent Tulentz,
No.
Craig Dillon,
No.
Cora Whitehorse,
No.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Mardanian, Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
No.
Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
No.
Randy Laysbad,
No.
Richard Greenwald,
No.
Okay, tribal council, need, this action takes 2/3 of the tribal council vote. We have 5 yes, 11 no, and 1 recusal. So motion did not carry. Councilman Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I'd like to make a motion that the Pass Creek Executive Board and Lydia Bearkiller attend mediation within 30 days to work out their differences and their problems. That's my motion.
Do you want to include the dismissal of this complaint?
Yeah, with the dismissal of the complaint with, but a stipulation that the Pass Creek Executive Board and Lydia Bearkiller attend mediation within 30 days to work out the differences that are occurring within the district.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor by Councilman Wilson, second by Councilman Greenwald. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Lydia, James Cross, Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Ha.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Merdanian, Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Seventeen yes, unanimous, motion carried. Thank you, Tribal Council. Councilman Dillon?
A motion to reinstate Lydia as a council representative from Pass Creek District with all authority.
I got a motion on the floor by Councilman Dillon to reinstate Councilwoman Bearkiller with full authority, second by Councilman Meeks. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons, James Cross, Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Ha.
Jackie Sears,
Yeah.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Merdanian,
Here.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
and one recused.
14 yes, 2 no, and 1 recusal. Motion carried. So, welcome back into the circle, Councilwoman Bearkiller. That concludes the agenda for the special session of the Tribal Council hearing. Councilman Wilson?
Motion to adjourn.
We do have 4 items. Yeah, okay, so I got a motion to adjourn. And by Councilman Wilson. Do I got a second on the, second by Councilman Greenwald? Madam Secretary, sorry. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
No.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller, James Cross, Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Ha.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance, Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Merdanian, Ryan Jumping Eagle,
No.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow, Randy Laisbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Sixteen yes, 2 no, motion carried. I'll call us back into order, Tribal Council, to finish up business from our regular session at 1919. We have 4 items. We have the resolution of the OST Tribal Council stating that the OSLH is approved to submit the proposal to the DOE Delta Echo Foxtrot Oscar Alpha -002168 / Charlie Foxtrot Delta Alpha Energy Infrastructure Deployment for Tribal Lands due 2/6/20. Also, resolution of the OSC Tribal Council stated that the, Councilwoman Berkeler? Yes. I'll excuse you. I got, the item B is resolution of the OST Tribal Council stated that the OSLH is approved to submit the ICDBG to renovate the Cohen Home and Pine Ridge units. That OSLH will be the only entity approved to submit an India Charlie Bravo Golf grant for the Pine Ridge Reservation for 2019. I think that might supposed to be 2020. And then we have the IHS with Doug O'Brien, and then the retro of the ambulance service. Do we have those resolutions ready?
I have, this one, it's a Cohen Home.
Cohen Home second.
This is the submitted proposal for the housing.
I'll go ahead and read these resolutions. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux, or do we need to approve this agenda or no? Madam
We
Secretary?
didn't even go into the second meeting, or the, open up the agenda, or the, meeting.
No, we did put these on the agenda from the last meeting, so
Right.
they're on there.
Right.
So I guess we'll do a roll call vote first.
For attendance.
Right. So Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Jim Minks,
Here.
Dwayne Yellowhawk, Garfield Apple, Glenn Gibbons,
Present.
Lydia Bearkiller, James Cross, Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Here.
Jackie Sears,
Here.
Vincent Tulent, Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Here.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Merdanian,
Present.
Ryan Jumping Eagle, Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson, Philip Goodcrow,
Here.
Randy Laisbad,
Here.
Richard Greenwald,
Here.
Nikina Mills, Robin Tapio.
Sixteen present, 4 absent, 1 excused. We do have a quorum, Tribal Council. So now I could go right into reading these. So I'll go ahead and read these resolutions while I have them in my hand. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux, Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Unincorporated Tribe. Resolution of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe stating that Oglala Sioux Lakota Housing is approved to submit a proposal to the Department of Energy, Foxtrot Oscar Alpha, Delta Echo dash Foxtrot Oscar Alpha dash 0002168 slash Charlie Foxtrot Delta Alpha. 81.087 Energy Infrastructure Deployment of Tribal Lands due February 6, 2020. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14, 1935 in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. subsection 5123, and under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Health and Human Services Committee is a current board of the Oglala Sioux Lakota Housing, whereas the Oglala Sioux Lakota Housing, OSLH, is the tribally designated housing entity established by the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Lakota Housing is exploring alternative energy, both to lower energy costs, for their program and tenants and to benefit the environment. And whereas OSLH wants to continue to train solar installation and maintenance workers. Now, there's 2 nows there. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribe authorizes the submission of a proposal for solar installations on the Johnson Holy Rock building and a number of low-rent units to the Department of Energy, Delta Echo dash Foxtrot Oscar Alpha dash 0002168 slash Charlie Foxtrot Delta Alpha 81.087 Energy Infrastructure Deployment on Tribal Lands due February 6, 2020. Certification. I got a motion by Councilwoman Whitehorse, second by Councilwoman Janice. For the record, the secretary, there's an @ sign where it should be 2 right there. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please. Oh, and there's also 2 nows in there. One needs to be taken out.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons, James Cross, Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Jackie Sears, Vincent Tulance, Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Mardanian,
Oha.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Chancey Wilson, Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbad, Richard Greenwald,
13 yes, 3 not voting, motion carried. Second resolution, resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Unincorporated Tribe. Resolution of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe stating that Oglala Sioux Lakota Housing is approved to submit the Indian Community Development Block, Charlie Foxtrot Delta Alpha 14.862, Foxtrot Romeo -6300 November -23, due February 3rd, 2020. Grant to renovate the Cohen Home and the Pine Ridge 515 units. That OSLH will be the only entity approved to submit for an India Charlie Delta Bravo Golf grant from the Pine Ridge Reservation for 2019. And that OSLH will follow the requirements of citizen participation in 24 CFR 1003.604 Alpha. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. subsection 5123. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Health and Human Services Committee is a current board for the Oglala Sioux Lakota Housing, whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe wishes to provide safe and healthy houses to the people of the reservation, and whereas the Oglala Sioux Lakota Housing, OSLH, and whereas there are grants available from HUD Indian -6300 November -23, due February 3rd, 2020, through the attached resolution of the OST Tribal Council. Certification. I got a motion by Councilman Greenwald. Second by Councilwoman Janice. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Meeks, Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
James Cross, Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Jackie Sears, Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Mardanian,
Oha.
Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson, Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
15 yes, 1 not voting, motion carried. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Unincorporated Tribe. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approving the contract with Doug O'Brien Contracting Incorporated for construction of the Wounded Knee Sewage Collection System expansion and lagoon renovation on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe is organized in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934 on December 14, 1935, 25 U.S.C. 5123 by adopting a federally approved constitution and bylaws, and under Article 3 of the Oglala Sioux Tribe's Constitution, the Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Tribal Constitution authorizes the Tribal Council in Article 4, Section 1 Alpha to negotiate with the federal government on behalf of the tribe, and Section 1 Foxtrot to manage all economic affairs and enterprises of the tribe, and Section 1 Golf to appropriate for public purposes of the tribe any available Tribal Council funds, and in Section 1 Whiskey to protect and promote the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas under the terms of a memorandum of agreement between the tribe and the Indian Health Service, bids were sought out for the construction of the Wounded Knee Sewage Collection System expansion and lagoon renovation on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. And whereas in the bid letting and evaluation conducted under the MOA and involving the Oglala Sioux Lakota Housing Authority and the Indian Health Service. 3 bids were received with the low apparent bid submitted by Doug O'Brien Contracting Incorporated. And whereas on the 21st day of January 2020, the Health and Human Services Committee of the Tribal Council met and voted to forward the final approval of the contract with Doug O'Brien Contracting Incorporated onto the full Tribal Council. And whereas the Tribal Council has considered the matter and determined that it is in the best interest of the tribe and its members to approve the contract with Doug O'Brien Contracting Incorporated for the construction of the Wounded Knee Sewage Collection System expansion and lagoon renovation. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe does hereby approve the contract with Doug O'Brien Contracting Incorporated for the construction of the Wounded Knee Sewage Collection System expansion and lagoon renovation in the amount of $1,288,882.85. And be it further resolved that the Tribal Council understands that in the event Doug O'Brien Contracting Incorporated does not obtain adequate bonding as required by the project within 15 days of receipt of notice of this approval, the project will be offered to the next lowest bidder. And be it further resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal President, or in his absence, the Vice President, is hereby authorized to sign any documents necessary to execute this contract. Certification. Motion by Councilman Gibbons. Second by Councilman Apple. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Minks,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
James Cross, Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Jackie Sears, Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse, Valerie Janice, Valentina Mardanian, Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Chancey Wilson, Philip Goodcrow, Randy Leesbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
15 yes, 1 not voting, motion carried. Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Unincorporated Tribe. Resolution of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approving the retrocession of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Ambulance Service Program under the Hotel Sierra-India-241-2019-00001 fiscal year 2020 master health contract and submitting notice of intent to retrocede the Department of Health and Human Services, Indian Health Service, Great Plains area. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. subsection 5123. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council exercises legislative powers to enact and promulgate resolutions and ordinances. And whereas Article 4, Sections 1 Foxtrot, 1 Kilo, 1 Mike, 1 Whiskey empower the Tribal Council to manage the economic affairs of the tribe, protect and preserve the property of the tribe, adopt laws governing the conduct of persons on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas Article 4, Section 1 Alpha authorizes the Tribal Council to negotiate with federal, state, and local governments on behalf of the tribe, and to advise and consult on behalf of the tribe. And whereas healthcare is a treaty right of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and a responsibility and obligation of the United States government, as recognized by the United States Constitution, Article 1, Subsection 8, the 1851 Treaty of Fort Laramie, 11 Stat 749, the 1868 Treaty with the Sioux, 15 Stat 635, numerous laws, the U.S. Supreme Court cases, and executive orders. And whereas the Indian Health Service is an agency within the Department of Health and Human Services responsible for providing health services to members of the federally recognized Indian tribes, including the Oglala Sioux Tribe, pursuant to the United States government's treaty responsibilities. And whereas included in this responsibility is the operation of hospitals and clinics, including health service facilities and related programs, such as emergency services. And whereas the United States Department of Health and Human Services and the Oglala Sioux Tribe entered into an annual funding agreement, Hotel Sierra-India-241-2019-00001, fiscal year 2020, master health contract effective October 1, 2019, and extending through September 30th, 2020. pursuant to Title I of the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, Pub Law 93-638, 25 U.S.C. subsection 5123, the 2020 Master Health Contract, and whereas the 2020 Master Health Contract includes the OST Ambulance Service Program as a program to be administered by the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Whereas pursuant to the 2020 Master Health Contract, the OST Ambulance Service Program includes emergency and non-emergency land vehicle transportation needs of the Indian Health Service, Pine Ridge Service Unit, and requires the operation of ambulance services 7 days a week on a 24-hour basis in accordance with IHS program guidelines and industry standards. And whereas the Indian Health Service has failed to fully fund the ambulance service program in a manner that allows the Oglala Sioux Tribe to operate the program in an acceptable manner, including providing enough ambulances to cover the entire Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, to provide a reasonable living wage for ambulance service employees, and to provide for enough other resources necessary to operate. And whereas, as a result, the OST Ambulance Service Program cannot adequately cover the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation or provide services in a timely manner necessary to address emergency situations or to provide life-saving care. And whereas the repeated failure of the Department of Health and Human Services, Indian Health Service, to adequately fund the OST Ambulance Service Program puts lives of the Oglala Oyate at risk. And whereas the Tribal Council has determined that it is in the best interest of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and the Oglala Oyate to retrocede the OST Ambulance Service Program back to the Department of Health and Human Services, and that the Indian Health Service ensure that it fully funds and operates that program. Now therefore be it resolved, the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby declares its desire and intent to retrocede the Oglala Sioux Tribal Ambulance Service Program back to the Department of Health and Human Services, and to cancel that portion of the fiscal year 2020 Master Health Contract entered into by the Department of Health and Human Services and the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Hotel Sierra-India-241-2019-00001. Pursuant to Title I of the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act. Public Law 93-638, 25 U.S.C. subsection 5123. Be it further resolved that the Tribal Council hereby requests that the Department of Health and Human Services immediately begin the process for retroceding the ambulance service program back to the Indian Health Service, and that the retrocession shall be effective upon the date mutually agreed upon by the Department of Health and Human Services and the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Be it further resolved that the Tribal Council hereby authorizes the submission of this resolution and notice of intent to retrocede to the Department of Health and Human Services, Indian Health Service, Great Plains Area certification. I got a motion by Councilwoman Whitehorse, second by Councilman Apple. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Inks,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
No.
James Cross, Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Here.
Jackie Sears,
Yeah.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Merdanian,
Here.
Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson, Philip Goodcrow,
No.
Randy Laysbed,
No.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Ten yes, 6 no, motion carried. We have one thing here under the Land Committee. It says BIA and Housing Roads issue.
I think we'll just remove that and take it back to committee.
Okay?
It's not important right now.
No.
Councilwoman Whitehorse?
Yesterday we took action to do a drawdown from BIA, and we need to change our signature card. Mason, can you?
Okay, so at the beginning of the year, we had our beginning of the term, we had a signature card that we had to do for the BIA to do the drawdowns, so any one of the executive boards can sign. Since we changed the vice presidents, from to Tom, we didn't change that. So the BIA is asking us to change that signature card, and I know Jen's looking up the resolution that you guys actually did, and I don't know if we found that yet, but we need to change that and put Tom's name in there as the vice president. Otherwise, we can't do any drawdowns.
Yeah, we're searching for the resolution now. So as soon as we get it, we can attach it.
Okay, so I got a motion by Councilman Greenwald, second by Councilwoman Whitehorse. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
James Cross, Sonia Little Hawk Weston, Jackie Sears,
Yeah.
Vincent Tulance, Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Merdanian, Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson, Philip Goodcrow, Randy Laisbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald,
Yes.
Fourteen yes, one no, one not voting, motion carried. Last but not least, Tribal Council, we asked our Chief of Staff to come back to address this body. She's here. Yeah. 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 So are we gonna have to go back into executive for this? So we are gonna have to go back into executive for this, but before we do, can I get Councilman Laisbeth to give us a meal prayer? And then we'll eat while we hear. Wopila Councilman Laisbeth, I'll call us into executive session at 19:43. So we're gonna call a special and hear from him? Yeah.
You didn't pass it.
And I said and all I said about Monday was that if I got the letter, or the secretary got it on Friday, I was gonna put out the call then, so it'll give 72 hours to be Monday.
So there is no special right now. Well, they have to do that. Request for a special.
Not if they do it here. So I got a motion to table until we hear from the administrative officer on, and you're requesting that to be on Monday. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Does it say that in the process that we do this, or?
Well, you guys always say, hear both sides, you guys always preach that. So why is that different?
You're in the vote.
Yeah, run it.
Jim Minks,
No.
Garfield Apple,
No.
Glenn Gibbons,
No.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Ha.
Jackie Sears,
Here.
Vincent Tulance,
No.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Merdanian,
Here.
Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson, Philip Goodcrow,
No.
Randy Leesbad,
No.
Richard Greenwald, Nikina Mills,
Here.
Five yes, 11 no. Councilwoman Medanian?
My motion is to go with the chief of staff's recommendation and to follow through, and she can give us back a report as to the progress.
Okay, I got a motion by Councilwoman Medanian, second by Councilwoman Mills. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Ha.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon, Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Merdanian,
Uh-huh.
Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson, Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Leesbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald, Nikina Mills,
Huh.
13 yes, 3 no, motion carried. Does that conclude your report? Yes. Councilwoman Whitehorse, sorry.
I would like to make a motion that the chief of staff bring back her reorganization plan for her office to include specialized workers for economic and business development and law and order committee for at her next meeting.
Okay, got a motion by Councilwoman Whitehorse. Second by Councilwoman Janice. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Minks, Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Ha.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice, Valentina Merdanian,
Uh-huh.
Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson, Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Leesbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald, Nikina Mills,
Huh.
16 yes. Motion carried. Does that conclude your report? Yes or no?
I have one question. Your mic.
Microphone.
Sorry. One question, I don't know how this works, and Mace can let me know or whatever, but he is suspended. Is that with or without pay? What is? Okay.
Thank you.
Without pay.
Councilwoman Mills and then Councilman Wilson.
So I have a motion to have the chief of staff and her attorney work with our attorney on bringing possible recommendations to the personnel and procedure manual for this process, getting it better defined and detailed, so that we're not running into these kind of issues again in the future, and bring back to Finance Committee as personnel manuals under law and order. Finance.
I got a motion by Councilwoman Mills, second by Councilman Gibbons. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Meeks. Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons.
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston.
Ha.
Jackie Sears. Vincent Tulance.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
I got a comment, and I think, why are we gonna have two lawyers work on this when we just need one? Yes, if it's one, if it's two lawyers, no.
We already have 2 lawyers on there.
Well, he said his vote's no. If there's two, so moving on.
Cora Whitehorse.
No.
Valerie Janice. Valentina Mardanian. Bo Little White Man.
No.
Chancey Wilson.
No.
Philip Goodcrow. Randy Leesbed.
No.
Richard Greenwald.
Yes.
Nikina Mills.
We recorded that.
Still
11 yes, 5 no. Motion carried. Councilman Wilson.
I know, and part of your report, it kind of covered it. There were some jobs within the road department and the transportation department that should have been advertised. I'm going to motion to get them positions advertised immediately.
Okay, I got a motion and a second by Councilman Dillon. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Meeks. Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons.
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston.
Ha.
Jackie Sears. Vincent Tulance.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse.
Yes.
Valerie Janice. Valentina Mardanian. Bo Little White Man. Chancey Wilson. Philip Goodcrow. Randy Leesbed.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald. Nikina Mills.
16 yes. Councilwoman Little Hawk Weston.
Before we adjourn, Treasurer was asking earlier, are you guys gonna hear my report, or what are we doing? Are we just gonna move it?
Okay, you
We
guys
just
did
need
ask
to-
for that, so that's why he stayed here. That's what our intention
Yeah, so
was.
is the
But I
chief
need
of staff done?
if we approve her report or deny it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna motion to approve it.
I got a motion to approve by Councilwoman Little Hawk
report.
Weston, second by Councilman Gibbons, to approve the chief of staff's report. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Meeks. Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons. Sonia Little Hawk Weston.
Ha.
Jackie Sears. Vincent Tulance.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse.
Yes.
Valerie Janice. Valentina Mardanian. Bo Little White Man. Chancey Wilson. Philip Goodcrow.
Yes.
Randy Leesbed.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald. Nikina Mills.
14 yes, 2 no. Motion carried. Thank you, Madam Chief of Staff. Mr. Treasurer.
Are you guys adjourning?
No, we're putting you up here. That's why I called you up here.
One of the things you changed, you've seen the donation report now. I put all the travel on there for every single one of us. Even has Davies travel on there, but he's the sergeant at arms. He doesn't travel, but he travels under the secretary's office there. The other thing I put on there was the house. I gave you guys all the numbers for what we have access to for, for the house. The only things we didn't do yet is we didn't sell any of the contents for the house and the safe deposit boxes. We sold the coins, but we didn't do anything with the items that were in the house. We got the presidential pawn guys are coming down. They do big estate sales like this. They're gonna come down and give us a offer on all that stuff. But if you go through your report, you'll see the money that we have available. But keep in mind the money for the house. Remember, we use that for the repairs of the building, so that portion spent. We do have those investments in the Edward Jones, and then whatever monies we receive from the sale of all the assets that we had there. There was $23,000 in the bank account, and another $2,300, I think, and those are sitting in our special donation account. We didn't touch it, didn't do anything with it. So those are extra monies that we can use for, a project that you guys come up with or whatnot. With that being said, there's another, if in our general fund budget, remember we did a few things where we knocked down some of these programs. We gave like emergency management $400,000, and they're supposed to come down and give us a breakdown of how many salaries, this and that and stuff. If you see your report, it doesn't reflect that yet. That'll get changed as soon as the director comes down and gets us the figures for the 100,000. Same thing with Taro. I think we had the Taro was up to 400,000 again. Remember, we projected what they're going to be bringing in. It's only 180 something thousand again this year is what's projected. Or no, sorry, 700 and something thousand to 800,000 is what they're projecting. And so they get 25% of that, if you guys remember that, for their budget. So that'll get knocked down again. One of the things we found out, what was the other one? I can't think of the other one right now, but if you go see your budget and just make sure that's the same one that we passed, you'll see the discrepancies on the amounts right now, but I'm explaining what the amounts were, and we'll get those changed once we get the directors in. Back to Parks and Rec, I'm just trying to go through this fast for you guys, because I know you guys want to get out of here. Parks and Rec, Casey went out there. He couldn't get the trial balances from the CFO, I think it is. But we had a meeting with Mr. Little White Man this morning. He brought all the paperwork in for the job descriptions, everything. We're still moving ahead, because you guys, gave us the 30 days. The plan to switch over, I think, if I remember right, we selected for March 3rd, I think it is, because their pay period ends on a odd day or something on a Friday, and so we're just going to follow that pay period and then start on their new pay period, because it'll coincide with the tribes. I think we might be off 1 week, I think. No indication if anybody's going to be losing their jobs or anything yet. Most of them are specialized. Their salaries are still pretty low. They had about $1.5 million in the bank, so it was a program that was working good. There was another one where they were doing the inventory of all the vehicles and everything. I think that's going on this week, and then the Buffalo Roundup is this week, right? Yeah, and they're doing the Buffalo Roundup this week. That's part of their audit that they have to do every year anyway. So we're looking at that one either not being good, might being bad. We don't know yet on the audit yet, but they're going through they have to have it done by September 31st. And so, but we're still moving ahead, and the drawdown wise, we did the drawdown yesterday. And then so the other thing was, I know Sonia, we talked about the assistance portion. We need to come up with some sort of plan, I guess, because it's where some of it's working, some of it isn't, and stuff. And one of the reports I gave you inside there is, remember when we do Title 19 reimbursements, There's money in there that we give out, you know, throughout the years. It was actually broken down by districts. If you see that, you could see how much money we gave to each district members in that report. You could see how much money was returned back to us out through the state Title 19 process, I guess. It wasn't good. If you see the report, I think we were in the negative quite a bit. You gotta remember that's just money that we basically lose out on. So if those individuals don't turn in their reports. So, and if there's another process you guys wanna come up with for the assistance, you know, we can do that. We just need direction on how we wanna proceed. If we wanna give it to a program, make another office that just does that again, or.
Councilman Greenwald?
Sure, this is one that I kind of seem to be towing the line on with every week, because I get text messages back that, well, we're gonna do it, but it's against our policy, or we're gonna do it, but we shouldn't be doing this, or something like that. And I never want to advocate for somebody to get assistance and feel like somebody should feel that they have to do it because I'm doing it, I'm asking them, because I would never force them to give somebody help. The problem that I have with whenever we send somebody up for assistance is the callbacks that we get from time to time, and it's not all of them. We'll get callbacks and they'll say, I put in a medical request and they denied me. They said I needed a fax, something faxed in for this. I mean, documentation on that, and I need this or that. It's something that I shouldn't have to stop my day with my meetings and different things to have to do. That's what they're supposed to do. If they're gonna deny it based on whatever reasons, because of whatever it is, but also help them fill out the paperwork and tell them we're gonna send this to the district. You'll have to go to the district to follow up because I cannot approve this because it doesn't meet our guidelines. But be helpful about it. Not just turn them away and then have them upset because you treated them crappy or they felt like they were just disrespected when they went up there, stuff like that. If we're gonna truly be a program or a tribe that is gonna try to help our people, then let's help them. Whatever that means, if it's working with our district to take these ones because we can't, work together with our district on taking care of that. If they need something faxed from a hospital down here, help them do that. We have a blind guy up here asking for help, and they just let him out in the hallway and he didn't know what else to do. How is that helping them if we just do that? I want their office to show compassion like some of us I see have. We have compassion to help them, but I don't want to be threatened that I'm making you do something or receive texts that I'll do it this time, but it's against our policies. No. If it's no, it's no. I'm not telling you to go against the policy. But please, let's make that office into what it was intended to be, was a compassionate office for everybody, not to turn people away, turn them off. And I'm not saying that everybody's treating everybody like crap, because I know they catch crap. We know that, Mace, because we catch crap every day, right? Whenever somebody doesn't get what they want, we get our butts chewed out too. So it's not only the staff up there that gets chewed out. We get chewed out, you get chewed out, Mason gets chewed out. But we still have to have the compassion at an office. Whatever we could do to help them. Reach out to get that fax that you're asking them for. Reach out to help get that documentation that you're asking for. Because not everybody has a computer, not everybody has a cell phone. Some of our people that are asking for help are really unshikan. They don't have anything. Remember that. That's all I ask.
Okay, so one thing, remember, we didn't develop this office yet. We had an office that was in there, but remember, we took it out. We had the social service office that actually did all this stuff, was able to do what you're talking about, was able to go and provide services for the people and tell them this is what you need to do, and then fax those, forms to this person or that person, or even sit with them and talk with them and fill out the forms and sit with them and talk to energy, talk to the districts, or do anything like that. But remember, we got rid of that office. So the office we have now, that those girls aren't, that's not, actually, if you look at your job description, it doesn't entail that. They're doing assistance, general fund assistance, where they're actually getting paid out of indirect cost. And that's not their, if you look at their job description, I'll bring those, and that's not in their job description, but we make them do those.
Councilwoman Little Hawk Weston, and then Councilwoman Janice.
You know, I just want to say, you know, I feel the same as Richard. You know, I believe that, you know, we all have a job because of our people. If it wasn't for our people, we wouldn't be in these positions that we're in today. And so we all need to think about that. It's because our people, looking at this political body, we get voted by the people. You guys do too. And the council appoints him. And so when I want assistance for a district member, because I see them like that, we know our district members, and we know that some of them are Ushika. They don't got nothing. Some of them are sick. And when they ask for help up there, all I ask is to have some compassion. And the thing about it is, you know, I don't care how you look at it. Nobody's always right upstairs, because you're not in that office every day when they're talking to our people. You're sitting in your office. Garfield's sitting in this office. You guys are not in that office. So I want you to, I guess I'm just the same way, because every day we get calls from our people. And some of them, they get sent to the CAP office. I send them, if I can't help them, they go to the district. And the thing about it is, I remember that when that social service office was put together and is put over here, we had a lady in her mean to our people. Boy, she was ornery. And when our district members come from way off the Wombly, different places, all the way over just to get help, they get treated with disrespect. And the same way, they turn them away. So I think that we need to start working on something with this assistance. And I talked to Mason about it. Him and I went rounds on it too last week, you know. And I really believe that we need to do something. We need to set up a plan, maybe through Finance Committee needs to look at it. I told Jackie about it. And I said, I'm not on Finance Committee, but you guys need to do this, because he's recommending that too. He said, well, let's just put it back in a office and put some people there, because, you know, what, if you're saying that that's not their job up there, what is their job? I want to know what those ladies' job is. Just handle Title 19? But anyway, I just want to know, because, you know, everybody is going to keep coming up there for help. So we need to look at the assistant's office. So I need to bring that out today, because I'm like Richard. Every day people call us and they need help, even with just a $40 gas voucher to get to a medical appointment. And even that sometimes is hard to get. So all what I'm saying, I'm like Richard, again, we need to figure out how we want to handle the assistance. And I'm just going to put it out there to the Finance Committee. Maybe you guys need to sit down with him, and maybe we need to come up with a better plan. So like he said, his staff get chewed out, and he gets chewed out, but we also get chewed out too. So I'm just going to put that out there, you know, that we need to do something better with that assistance upstairs. Because, you know, our people come all the way from the districts and they need help, and sometimes they get turned away. You know, so I'm just going to say today that, you know, we're voices for our people, and we need to be able to work on some kind of a plan to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Janice.
So do you still have the positions for that social services office, or what happened to it?
That was a totally general fund funded program. It was in the I want to say, you see in the general fund budget, you know, the 500,000 for the honorarium, the 700,000 for the medical and burial, I think it is, all went to that office, and they employed, I think, 5 people or 4 people might have been. And you know, it's just the same thing, but it's all general fund funded program.
Okay, and then another one is, the medical assistance through the state. Do you help people that are off the reservation with that assistance, or is it just you have to live here in order to qualify for them funding?
So we've always only helped tribal members that are here for the Title 19. I think that's the state requires that their address be here on the reservation if we're using our portion. I might be wrong on that, I don't know. But if we want to go through, we could go through the
Is that
amounts
everything
if you guys want to see
Is that,
those.
wait, no, hold on, Treasurer. Is that everything you have for him? I have some council people that are waiting to ask some questions. I have Councilman Gibbons, then Councilwoman Sears, Councilman Wilson, then Councilwoman Mills. Councilman Gibbons.
Thank you, Chair. Say, I'm gonna change gears on you, Mr. Mason. We've had for the last, what is it, 5-6 weeks? We've had good people out there, good tribal members volunteering their time and their machines, such as ATVs, UTVs, and you mentioned extra money. And then we've talked about it in different committees, but we need help fixing those machines as they've broken down. And Mr. John Whirlwind-Horse has been out there with his SUV quite a bit. And I think if we coordinate with him, we can get a pretty accurate idea of which ATVs and their owners. And I've spoken with Cora, and we talked about finance, or we talked about it right here, and we just well address it here. I don't know the dollar amount of this, but I know that when I have to repair an ATV, sometimes it's $60, and sometimes it's a few hundred. So if I could, counsel, to help these people out and coordinate this, so we're not having tribal members coming in with old ATVs that say they got damaged in the search. Coordinate with Mr. Whirlwind-Horse. I make a motion that the treasurer find some monies to help these guys fix up their vehicles.
Okay, so what was the motion in Law and Order? I don't know who's.
It was a motion made to look for money or something to help those ones that were part of the rescue. But then the equipment broke down during the time they were helping, right? That's what.
Tribal or individuals?
Individuals.
Right, and I know, I mean, working with that, I mean, I know Mr. Whirlwind-Horse came out there like after a certain point in time, but just FYI that the sheriff I tasked with as the incident commander was keeping track of all who was there, who was providing what service, who was on foot, who was on ATV. So there's that I could get that detailed report from that, or from him for you for that, if just ahead FYI.
We need to help out these good people that took the time, and with their own personal vehicles. That creek bottom, the snow is deep, beaver. There's beaver stubble out there, if you know what beaver stubble is. And see, that's just hard on horses, ATVs, whatever. So if I can get a second, that would be awesome, guys.
Okay, got a motion and a second by Councilwoman Whitehorse. But your motion is to work with Mr. Whirlwind-Horse. Do you want to change that to? Yeah, well, it was the sheriff that I tasked as the incident commander. Yes. So you want to change that to him or both of them? Okay. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Minks? Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons?
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston?
Ha.
Jackie Sears?
Oh, huh.
Vincent Tulentz?
Yes.
Craig Dillon? Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valerie Janice?
She just went to the bathroom. his jacket.
Valentino Merdanian,
Yeah.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Chancey Wilson, Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbad, Richard Greenwald, Nikina Mills,
Huh.
Twelve yes, 1 no, 3 not voting. Motion carried.
Thank you, council, very much. Thanks for them guys.
I have Councilwoman Sears and Councilman Wilson and Councilwoman Mills.
Yeah, okay. I think that financial assistance that we're talking about upstairs, I think we should go send it back to finance and work out a different process, because we set those limits with the treasurer, medical emergencies, death. So he's sticking by that. But sometimes things come up that are kind of important. You know, people get stranded somewhere and they need a bus ticket home. And so we need to open that up, give him a little more authority to address things, because he's that. Well, I got this, but you're comfortable too doing that. But I think that we need to just send it back to finance and work something out, because we did have that program before and it was like $600,000 to operate it. Was it $1 million? Yeah. And I always felt that that was money we could use for the people. So, but maybe we need to just come up with a different way of handling it.
Thank you. Councilman Wilson? Okay, moving on. Councilwoman Mills?
I think we had a little brief discussion about this too, and I agree. And I also think another option would be in finance discussing the possibility of just giving that all to the districts, taking all of that responsibility from Mason and deciding, because he also has a job too. And I think that's tough too, trying to do that. So I think the possibility of trying to empower the districts more at that level and seeing, but of course I know that's a discussion too we gotta have too, with all the district stuff going on and making sure they have the right policies and procedures in place. So I do think that's an option. That's one thing I had. Then the second thing I had was a donation question on the general fund budget. You have 2,500 on there, but then I was looking in the president's report and he says he turned in 7,500, I think, or something on his report that he turned into your office. So I'm kind of concerned about, that's not accurate. And we can figure that out in finance. I just wanted to state that for the record. But also in his report too, he had asked about some possible needing some assistance for some veterans. And I know when we discussed the general fund budget and about the different things we were looking for at considering, that was brought up in a discussion and we didn't make a decision on it. So I think that can also go back to finance committee to see where that's coming from. And then also the Title 19 and the Pine Ridge Village and the numbers and how much they get. So it was 98,517 dispersed, and then they reimbursed 56,137, so it was a loss for 42,380. That's huge. But that's the hugest one. You go to the other districts, it's not that bad, not that big. Pine Ridge is huge. So there's something there that we got to get figured out. And I think another option for this too would also be to be trying to give this back to the district, to empower the district to do more of this, train them on Title 19 and those Medicaid reimbursements, or decide to do it with a program, however that is. But I definitely feel like we got to figure out something for this so that it's working and we're getting back the most amount of money to benefit all our people. Thank you. I think that is all I had.
Okay, so I could answer that just real quick. Those, the donation one, those are just your guys' donations. It has nothing to do outside donations that the president's getting or anything. That's donations that you guys did. You guys did for your travel. You guys did for the money for the youth. That's all this is. This is the money that comes from the general fund that you guys either spend or gave to the districts or whatever you guys did. That's all this is right here. The other donation report, I didn't do anything with the president's, whatever he brought in, and I'm pretty sure you deposited, right? Yeah, and that's probably just sitting in the donation.
No, so on the general fund one that's on our iPad, there's a donation line item, and it says 2,500 on the general fund line item. So if we get donations as a tribe, and I asked this question because 6 months ago, I got a contact about somebody donating $50,000 to this tribe, and I know it was during that emergency time, and that's probably where it went. But I'm just saying, and then I hear in his report, he received 7,000 something from his office that was submitted and turned in, but it's not matching up, right? All donations go to the general fund, correct?
Okay, so which general fund?
It's
the
on-
budget or the revenue and expenditure report?
It's on the revenue and expenditure.
Okay, I don't know what date he turned anything in, and I don't see because the only donations he received would have been the ones that he brought in. So I did this report, I think last week.
Okay. Anyway, that's something that can go
Other
back
than
to
27th?
finance to figure out.
And the ones that were included in my report, those, the normal process, and we put them under the emergency assistance, that line item or whatever, account through revenue. So like we submit those through revenue, and that's where we were, because these are donations that are still coming in from the disaster.
Chair Mace.
Okay, so I realize why we don't have that donation line item on there, because that's a separate account, and then we account for that separately away from general fund. That doesn't account for general fund revenue. I just realized that's the reason why it's not on your revenue report. I could get the donation report for that account. I'll get it to you. I'll put it in the Dropbox later on tomorrow.
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
that's not too hard to do.
But I do see that emergency medical assistance one now, that one. So if that explains where his goes.
It don't go there. It's a separate, completely away from the general fund. So.
I have Councilman Whitehorse and Councilman Greenwald.
Motion to approve the report.
I got a motion to approve and a second by Councilman Meeks. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Meeks? Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons? Sonia Little Hawk Weston?
Ha.
Jackie Sears? Vincent Tulance?
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valerie Janice? Valentina Merdanian? Bo Little White Man?
Yes.
Chancey Wilson? Oh, absent. Philip Goodcrow?
Yes.
Randy Laisbad? Richard Greenwald?
Yes.
Nikina Mills?
$14 yes, motion carried. Councilman Greenwald?
I was just gonna say, on the $50,000 that Nikina probably saw, I think we did receive a donation from KXL Pipeline or one of them, Mason, and I think we as a tribe said thanks, but no thanks, right?
Okay. Yeah, we sent the check back, but we didn't, I don't know where the check went, but we didn't accept the check.
Our district actually took action at the last district meeting to accept that money, because the original donation was in the name of Lake Creek District and Pass Creek District. So that was their action, to have that money split between Lake Creek and Pass Creek.
Got a motion to adjourn by Councilwoman Merdanian, second by Councilman Greenwald. Madam Secretary, call for the vote, please.
Jim Meeks? Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons. Sonia Little Hawk Weston. Jackie Sears. Vincent Tulance. Cora Whitehorse. Valerie Janice. Valentina Merdanian. Bo Little White Man. Chancey Wilson is absent. Philip Goodcrow.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald. Nikita Mills.
13 yes, 1 not voting, motion carried, meeting adjourned at 20:58. Thank you, Tribal Council, and thank you to KOLC for staying here throughout the whole meeting.